And then you bet me off when you don't have it. It's just works both ways, I think.
Probably a couple too many beers, I think, back in those days.
Yes, we're a little bit more behaved these days.
Yeah, we are trying our best, aren't we? So thanks very much for joining us, guys. Starting off relatively slow with the four-handed action, but a full table expected. Patrik there, you can see the tower, 20,000 euro buy-in. He'll be joining the action quite soon. But we'll be going live until around 8 o'clock, right?
Yes. And
Central European.
And we'll have other guests too. So Fintan Gavin, who is the founder of the Irish Poker Festival, will be joined by Lucky Mo 32. He's also an Omaha player, but back in the day was crushing online tournaments. I've known, I interviewed him probably 10, 12 years ago as well.
Yeah.
So we've known of each other for quite some time. So I'm interested in hearing their commentating as well.
So
well,
Peter here with the incognito hand, opening the button. Not typically a great board for him with the 3-blind structure. Not going to have an awful lot of 4-3 here. It's going to have some 7-8-9, these types of hands that maybe want to put a hand like jacks, queens, all of the one-pair holdings into a tough spot with the bet. And you can see he does have the gut shot with the flush draw, and Michael there folding the best hand at present with those, exactly what I was talking about, you know, the naked overpair. Very difficult to continue on this board, so a nice bet.
That's the big difference between Omaha and Hold'em. And Hold'em, your pocket eights, you're going absolutely nowhere in that spot.
Yeah, you
and
can even
Omaha,
check raise.
It's not very good.
Exactly, and in Omaha, you're just caged in a tough spot. And it was nice to see that Peter did use the size up there, because it is a board that he's not going to bet often, but when he does bet, he's going to have a high equity hand or a high equity bluff. Sorry, high equity value or high equity bluff. So just recognizing the fact that the less he's betting on boards that typically aren't great for him, the more pressure he needs to put on those middling hands in his opponent's range. So a nicely executed play from him.
So while we're waiting for this hand to develop, I will release the password to tonight's free roll. So there's a free roll tonight awarding 2 seats to the online day one for the Party Poker Millions Malta. It's for the 550 Grand Prix, which has a million guarantee as well. So you can come join us in Malta at the end of September. The free roll password is very unique, very hard to guess. It is Bratislava with a capital B. So we can update that in the command on the stream as well, and we'll repeat it throughout the day. We do not expect this to be as big of a free roll as some of the other days, and it pays out 120 prizes. And the reason why we don't expect it to be as big is that our stream will end today around 8:30, but the free roll doesn't start until 9 o'clock Central European time. Which is also 3 o'clock Eastern time. So
exactly.
There's going to be that hour gap where if you didn't tune into the stream, it's going to be awfully hard to get that password. And we do ask that you don't share the password. Obviously, if you share it with one friend, it's not going to be the end of the world, but don't like splash it around on social media.
Well, sharing the password is only going to decrease your EV in the free roll, right? 120 paid. And it may well overlay, so lots of value for our eagle-eyed viewers in order to jump in there and potentially win themselves a route into our next stop in Malta. So yeah, 3 10s in the hand, obviously trashy in PLO, decreasing the chance of a set and just poor playability in general. And Andre there gets a walk with the aces. Ever the consummate professional, just sending them into the muck, not making a big song and dance out of it, just quietly collecting the blinds.
It looks like we also have a player waiting next to Pavel as well. I see another chip stack there, and I don't know if that will be Manuel or not, because we know Manuel is coming.
Yeah, that could be. So those are 500 euro chips, so that's a 10k buy-in, which is 200 blinds. So seems to be kind of the standard buy-in that we've seen. A couple of the guys in deeper, but as you know, things take a little bit of a while to get running, and it's even good just to have a high-stakes stream these days. It's quite hard to organize. Lots of players want to remain anonymous with their play style. Don't want to give away too much about the information to other people they may be playing off-stream in the bigger games. So
this is why when commentators say I'm going to hop on that table, I say, no, you're not going to hop on that table. It's not fair. We can see everything. The players can't, and you have a lot more information. Even if a player on the side is once in a while going off the table and looking something in the stream or talking to a friend, we have so much more information than the the players possibly have, that it's not really a fair situation.
Yeah, I remember in Malta there were a couple of people that weren't too happy about me joining the table because I'd just been commentating on them for many hours. So that definitely gives a competitive advantage.
Meanwhile, you would have had an advantage over them anyway, most likely.
If I was lucky. So yeah, flopping the nut straight there, taking it down.
So what sticks are you playing these days, George?
So I've just had a month off working on a rehabilitation process. Had some pretty tricky issues with addiction, which I had a sort of month retreat to work on some holistic, some psychological stuff, and I'm going to be slowly easing my way back in. Before I went to the center, I was playing 10-20 online, 4-card, and 5-10 5-card on the biggest site right now. But as I ease my way back in, I've made a lot of sort of subconscious changes in the way I approach just life in general, trying to be more present, trying to be more communicative with the people that are close towards me. So poker has taken a bit of a back step for me in the short run.
Meanwhile, this is kind of an interesting flop here.
Yeah, it is.
We have a nice wrap here from Michael and Peter with the flush draw as well. I imagine Peter's not going anywhere right now anyway.
Yeah, Michael leading out here. That's a very interesting lead. He does have a somewhat relevant spade blocker, but his equity is quite middling, I would say. Turns a rather irrelevant pair blocker now. This 3 doesn't really block any of the improvements on the turn. Unlikely to be seeing too much Queen 3, 5, 3, 8, 3 in the button opening range. There is slithers of it, but Petr here will be in a tough spot if he faces a big bet, and that's exactly what Michael's going for here. With the gut shot and the pair, does have decent equity versus a lot of holdings. And yeah, does get the 10s with the flush draw to fold.
Well played there by Michael.
Very well played. Petr could have had some devilish intentions with the float there, with the future blockers with the 10, but a lot of the donking range is also going to have the nut flush draw in it as well. So sometimes the what we were talking about earlier, the reverse implied odds of hitting that spade and then facing a pot-sized bet could be problematic, so decides to just get out the way before it gets too tricky for him.
It makes a lot of sense. And I want to give a shout out here to Puerto. So we noticed before the stream that there were 4 players already registered to the free roll. And I was asked, should we unregister them? I said, no, we should maybe even give them extra tickets for actually guessing the password, you know,
yeah,
sitting there and plugging away. So props to you, Puertos, for getting in, one of the first players, and best of luck to you. And hello to Apocalypse UK. Good afternoon and welcome back. Good to see you back in the chat again. And for those of you just tuning in, because we just went live, but I see we have a few more viewers now. This is Jason Glatz here. If you tuned in yesterday, you should recognize my voice by now. And I'm alongside George Sanford, who lives in Bratislava, amazing PLO player, plays similar to stakes to what we see here when he's active.
A bit lower, to be honest.
But it's still similar. Like a 10-25 is not going to play that much different than a 50-50.
No, exactly. Yeah, but these guys this is sort of like the pinnacle of casino live poker, and then as they play private games, 100, 200 as well. It's a big difference, I would say, in terms of the bankrolls, in terms of the playing styles as well. You know, you will see a lot of these guys take every spot with the aggression, and they won't back down, and they won't be money scared. And I think the big difference between the stakes like 5-5-10 or 10-10-20, 10-10-25 is that you do tend to see people give up a little bit more often. So you're not going to see that at these stakes. These are very comfortable players that have either built a career around poker or have a lot of wealth from profitable ventures off the table. But like Pavel, who is still an extremely strong player, very aggressive, very tricky to play against. Always putting you in tough spots. Played many of the 1K and 2K tournaments with him here, and yeah, really tough. Just like a dog with the rope, you know, just doesn't let go. You know, constantly giving you a tough time.
What do you think of Andre's call here, by the way, with the 4-3-2-2?
Yeah, very loose. Very loose here. I personally wouldn't call, but in position with like 200 big blinds deep, there are some flops with these like low connected sort of wheel card holdings where you can call maybe a top set aces or a strong 2-pair with a disguised low straight. So a kind of an indication that these guys are happy to go to the streets, play post flop, especially when they have position. And you do see that with the higher stakes guys. They're much more comfortable post flop. They've got much more maneuverability and more moves in their arsenal than you might face at lower stakes. So often you do see quite a loose and splashy pre-flop game, and people really come into their own post flop.
And it makes sense in that case, actually, because he was the straddle.
Yeah.
So he had less to put in, and he was going to be in position. So if it's checked over to him, he could even rep something he doesn't have pretty easily as well.
Exactly. 200 big blinds deep, very difficult to play out of position versus a wide range where you're not really sure about their board coverage.
But meanwhile, we already have 2,000 in the pot. Pavel 3-bet to about 1,000, and Andre.
Oh, Andre is playing very loose here with the rainbow hand, the King Jack 8-7. Turning a straight, also having a straight is Pavel.
But also drawing to a better straight. If a queen comes and it's
Andre needs the queen, yeah. So the 8 on the river, not going to change anything, but does change the nutted straight. Does now introduce a queen jack, queen 10, queen 9. And yeah, Pavel now a little bit confused. In the 3-bet pot, does have a straight. Does have to call here, to be honest.
I think he's trying to figure out whether he's chopping or not, but he is indeed chopping.
Yeah, chopping or losing to the queen high straight is the most likely outcome. But then your opponent can also have some queen 6-5 bluffs, these kind of holdings, maybe a pocket kings turning a hand into a bluff there. So facing that kind of action. 3-betting, check, facing a bet. With any kind of straight there, you do have to kind of pay off. Otherwise, you're not going to be hitting these kind of minimum defense frequencies, which allow other players to run over you if you don't make those calls, you know.
And it doesn't make sense to turn your hand into a bluff just to get off the chops, you know, because of that board. If Pavel does raise, this is being very result-oriented. Andre does have to actually fold his hand.
Yeah, doesn't really have the qualities or the components in the hand to bluff raise, but it's a case where, you know, your opponent is having the same hand as value, you know, because Andre there looking at the double check back line, all of Pavel's high equity holdings would have bet the flop or the turn at some point. Very unlikely to be checking back and having a better holding there, so definitely just paying off.
It's another interesting flop here. I mean, Peter with the aces, and then we have Michael here with the open ender, and we have Andre with the flush draw.
Yeah.
Andre has the most equity with his 10s currently being good.
Yeah, and the gut shot as well.
His 10s aren't good. Peter's aces are good, but still has less equity.
Exactly. So has more equity with this sort of double-faceted hand. 8 on the turn gives his 10s some nice bluffability now. Gonna want to be leading here, I think. Yeah, this is really nice. He's got
a big monster pot because Michael already has the straight. Yeah,
Michael now turns the 6-5 straight. Isn't going to be thrilled about this lead 3-ways, to be honest, with a player behind who's also bet big 3-ways. So without the redraw here, I think you're going to see him call 1. Does have to defend this hand, but I think you will see him fold the river most of the time if we see a brick. He may even fold.
Because it's a pot-sized bet. And the pot is already pretty big.
And you're thinking, what's my opponent repping here? He's not just going to turn a set of 8s and lead for pot. You know, let's say he's got a hand like King 8-8. 6 double suited or something, and he turned a set with the flush draw. I don't think that hand's going to lead into the field for pot now. It doesn't, you know, when 2 straights get there. Yeah, disciplined lay down there. I actually really like it because your opponent either has a hand like this, which has great components to bluff the river, or a high equity draw, or the 10-9, which you're dead to, right? So all of those 3 options don't really fill you with much with much promise for winning the pot.
No, if you're just drawing to that one out for a chop or to the flush draw, which may not even be good. You know, one of the players could have a better flush draw.
Exactly.
I'm glad that he is thinking about it, because what we see what I do, and I don't make this mistake anymore, but what I used to do is act impulsively. You know, and it pays, especially in a cash game. Tournaments can be more automatic in many spots, but in a cash game, even in spots that seem routine instantly in your head, to just take 10 seconds, think it over, and then make your move.
Being present and kind of not just thinking about what's happening now, but what the likelihood of that range, how that's going to interact with all the different river cards that may come. So if my hand is best now, which it can be a lot of the time, what's my equity going to the river, and you know how often am I going to be able to call a break here if he pots again? And yeah, just deciding that with the strong range behind the bet the flop multi-way, wasn't really fancying that spot. And I think it's a discipline laydown that you will see not being made at lower stakes. People kind of look at the raw hand strength rather than the relative hand strength.
We have an interesting question, but I'm not sure how pertinent it is to learning PLO. But Agent for Anderson, or Agent Anderson, asking, what's the worst starting hand in PLO?
Quads. Yeah, quads.
I guess quad deuces.
Quad deuces, yeah.
But any quads is...
any quads is pretty bad hand, but those ones are more obvious. If you're looking at like the real, like any kind of rainbow disconnected hand, without loads of Broadway or an ace is a pretty poor hand. Let's say like 8-6 deuce 3 rainbow. That's pretty poor. 8-7 deuce deuce single suited. You know, there's many variations of trash holdings in PLO. But the interesting thing is that people can often overvalue, let's say, the lower rundowns. You know, the ones that can easily be dominated by stronger straight draws as you go down the streets. So hands like 7-6-5-2 double suited looks like a decent holding, but a lot of the times your straights are going to be quite vulnerable and your flushes are going to be difficult to realize in terms of understanding where you're at in the hand, facing big bets or facing you know, being in a large pot going to the river with holdings like that. Very difficult to navigate. These hands play quite well in 4 card, less so in 5 card. The 6-6, 5-5, obviously the set value is quite high in 4 card. There is still the worry about being set over set, but much less in the 4 card variant, so quite an easy peel for him. Andre with a lovely squeeze here, ace, queen, 10, deuce. 3 connected Broadway cards, double suited, 2 strong suits. And yeah, Peter just folding the 6-6-5-5. That's an interesting one. I think you're supposed to peel there, to be honest, because you can, you know, you hit a set around a quarter of the time. So
and then you fold if you don't.
Yeah, you know, it's very easy to play that hand at a low SPR.
Unless you have like a 3-4-9 kind of flop, then you know it could get quite expensive for you if you don't hit that straight. Or
yeah.
And then if you hit your set at that point,
you kind of just go with the check jam. I think with the open ender and 2 set draws where he's not going to have any 9-9 or 3-3 or deuce-deuce. But like you say, it's not a comfortable situation, right? You're getting it in with kind of middling equity versus the aces, kings, ace, king, king, heavy range. Andre with a nice
there's
spot.
a lot of money on the table, we have to just assume, based on what we know about some of the players, that this would be similar to us playing our normal game. You know, like it would be, they shouldn't be afraid to stack off and reload. The last time I did a 50-50 stream, there were a few players that were playing with scared money, but that's certainly not going to be the case today. And it makes a big difference. I know when I played with scared money, you know, that I'm making some wrong decisions because I'm being too cautious. So Andre here with a large raise to 850. So that must be a
yeah, he's 3-bet pre-flop and bet the flop 3 ways. A little ambitious, I would say. And Pavel going with the raise there with the ace king 4 deuce.
Big smile there by Pavel.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of, I mean, the money never hurts, but I think it's a matter of pride for him that he's able to beat these games against some of the best Omaha players in the world at some of the highest stakes live on the stream. You see a variety of casino owners on streams over the years, and I have to say that some of them have remained the same, that they haven't gotten better. I didn't see Pavel when he was first starting out, but I imagine he's more of like a Leon type, where Leon actually wasn't very good in the beginning, and now he can hold his own.
Definitely, yeah, he's quite strong. I've watched a couple of streams recently where he's played pretty well, actually, not been splashing around. But then again, when the money is like water, you can come in and play differently. So definitely, different bankrolls can sort of lead to different styles of play. That's for sure. It's much easier to play with the kind of loose, aggressive, carefree style if the money isn't an issue. So Pavel here is going to bet pot on the turn.
Gets the job done. Back pots for Pavel.
Yep.
Slowly building his stack around 25K now. So what's the highest stakes you've ever played, George?
25-50 in which is live in King's Casino. We had the 100 straddle on quite a lot as well. So it was 25, 50, 100, and online 25, 50.
That's interesting, because most players actually will play bigger live than they do online, but you actually play bigger online than you do live, from both what you just said now, but what you said earlier as well.
It's difficult. The action for, like, I would call it mid to high stakes live. Often the games are kind of semi-private, and you need to like know people, and you got to be kind of in the loop. So if I just turn up to like Kings, let's say, once in a blue moon, and like ask to get in the game, they kind of know I'm a reg, and I'm not really getting a seat, So there is a lot of politics. Yeah, definitely. You need to know the right people to get into these games. Oh, interesting flop here. So aces with the overpair. We've seen Andre play quite splashy so far, but with a nice discipline check back there. Doesn't have any additional equity. Doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw. So nicely played from him. Does call the turn though, without really any equity versus a value hand. And now the deuce, complete brick on the river. Petter's got the nuts.
And a 2-pair to spare with the 7 deuce.
Yeah, exactly. He's just got it all figured out here, isn't he?
What do you think of his check on the flop, by the way?
I really like it.
You do like it?
Yeah, I do like it because the aces...
I don't mean by Andre, but by Peter.
What, the out of position?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strong. It's strong. It's
too strong to be betting out. But a check raise is also strong, but at least then you got some more money in the pot.
Exactly, and like with a hand like top set there on a dry board or dry-ish board, there's no flush draw, right? It was rainbow. You want to be able to balance your checking range in general, right? I think he thinks that Andre is quite splashy and quite aggressive and is going to stab that board quite often.
Andre seems, though, to have different gears, so it seems like a lot of these players would be very difficult to figure out where they're at, and they seem like they would be able to get into your mind pretty easily and kind of know where you stand and take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So some fairly trashy holdings here. Andre with a lovely hand, ace king 9-7 double.
While we're at this hand, we have one and only Asif Loris just randomly coming into the booth. Welcome, poker tourist. Missed you. I think it's been at least since last year. I think in Malta we saw each other, yeah. Great to see you, Asif. Asif, what are you going to be up to? We don't have an extra headset for you, but are you going to be playing today? Let me put you on the headset. You could chat with George. You know Asif, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, George.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good to meet you. I've seen you very active on Facebook and social media, and I've never had the privilege of meeting you. So,
thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, I basically played a $22 satellite on Sunday night. They had the 8 packages guaranteed. I thought, oh, well, why not? I was watching TV, played this. Managed to get through to the next phase with about 650,000 chips.
Yeah.
Then I had a hand where I managed to double up.
Yeah.
Set over set, and then,
And here you are.
Yeah, we are here.
Lovely.
And then I checked the price of the flights from Manchester to Bratislava.
Yeah.
And they were like 230 or 40 pounds, arriving basically 10 p.m. yesterday.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, I'm not paying this because I've been here earlier in February and came for like £20.
Yeah, it's dirt cheap.
So you don't want to do that once you've done that. So then I looked around and I found a flight. On Tuesday morning to Ibiza,
Yeah.
£58.
Right.
I spent 36 hours in Ibiza.
All right. Lovely.
And then flew 7 p.m. from there to here to Vienna
To Vienna, yeah.
for £42 and £15 flex bus to.
So you've saved 85 quid and spent a day and a bit in Ibiza. You've kind of figured it out there, yeah?
And been in the water 3 times.
Yeah.
Not a sight to be welcomed. And now we're here. I was here, as I said, I can't remember the event, but it was like a 300 buy-in in the back end of February.
Yep.
And the venue is amazing itself. It's basically set out to be a tournament.
It's got so much expansion room, isn't it? I mean, there's just tables upon tables here.
The only thing I would think maybe, I don't know what the hotel situation is out like, but if they have more hotel capacity available,
Yeah.
then I'm sure some of the...
Well, the problem is here I live in Bratislava is that this is slightly outside the city.
It is, yeah.
So the availability of hotels that within walking distance, I think there's 2.
Right.
But if you go into the city, it's a €5 taxi to get here, and then you get to explore the castle and things like that. So there's plenty.
Well, I stayed in the centre last time.
Yeah.
And you use the bus, 61 bus.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get around everywhere.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? So when are you playing then? Tomorrow?
I will play the midday flight tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think that's the best structured one as well, with the 40-minute blinds.
Lovely.
And Dar has recently been telling me that the clock is very important. It's much more important than your chip stack that you get to start with.
Yeah.
Because I recently was in Vegas.
Right.
And I played the mini main. And that was 60,000 chips on a 30-minute clock.
Yeah.
But you felt after 3 or 4 hours, you were basically shoving.
Yeah, it's just like a hyper turbo.
It felt like, oh, this is the mini main, freeze out, prestigious event. But actually, in the end, I found it was just like a bit of a turbo thing. You know?
So we've got a hand developing here. Pavel going for basically no equity stab on the flop. And Peter now deciding to lead with that king of clubs. And Pavel having to reluctantly fold the trash there. And Peter shows the cheeky value bet with second pair on the 3 flush board. Yeah, he was indeed turning that nut flush blocker into a bluff and takes it down. So not too much to commentate on there. So have you had a chance to go out into the city yet?
No, as I said, I got here just after midnight yesterday.
Okay.
But as I said, I was also here 4 or 5 days previously. So I have, I think I did 2 walking tours.
Yeah.
I always like to do the walking tour, so it gives you a really good, quick introduction to the place.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see they've moved the location of the TV table from last time.
That's right. It's a bit more roomy now.
It's better, so you can probably get more of a rail going.
Yeah, more of a rail, more of a feel for the casino energy behind. You know, people are walking past. There's a little bit of background chatter from the tournament and cash game tables. I feel like that's quite nice. It gives you a better idea of the energy in the room.
I believe they have the mystery bounty on the final table as well.
That's right, yeah, the day 2 of that's coming to an end. Do you know what the biggest mystery bounty was? Was it 5 or?
I didn't see it, actually.
2? 2 5K bounties, lovely. Oh, so interesting flop here. Pavel flopping top set, and Andre there with top pair and some backdoor equity. Does indeed turn a little bit of that with the Jack-9 for the open-ender, so he's probably not going to be going anywhere for one more stab. Still going to be some hands that he's ahead of, flush draws that picked up a gut shot. And does go big, as you do need to protect with this holding. Snapped by Andre, not going anywhere, and ooh, that's a dirty river for Pavel there. The flash and the straight getting there, and Andre's going to show him the bad news. Almost a very low equity hand turned into a backdoor straight, and the 3.9k pot, one of the biggest we've seen so far, is going in the direction of seat 5, Andre. Pavel seeing his top set go down in flames, a very common occurrence for an Omaha player, unfortunately. Just a bit of a completely different game compared to Hold'em.
This is Omaha.
Yeah, 4-card Omaha, so.
Nice. I'm not so, as I say, I'm a total fish when it comes to playing cash anyway, whether it's hold'em or not. But yeah, so I think I better let you, the experts, come and commentate on this. I mean, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. Thanks very much. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Asif. Always a pleasure to see you. And we'll catch up a little bit later when we're out of the booth. But wish you best of luck in the Grand Prix. And if you play any side events as well. It doesn't sound like you'll be playing any cash, but maybe watch the stream. You can learn a bit from George. He's giving free lessons in a way through his commentating. But the 50-50 gameplay is much different than, let's say, a 2-2 Omaha. It sounds like Asif is enjoying our little sauna that we have in our room.
Yeah, it's cooking up in here, isn't it? No? What are you getting, 45 degrees over there? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Vegas is so humid, isn't it? All the best, man.
Thank you, Asif. I'm wondering where it happened to Patrik, actually. This is Patrik Jaros' game,
Yeah, he's
also
the one
known as the
hosting.
Hammer Crusher, but I haven't seen any crushing hammers.
No hammers, no crushing so far, but the big looming stack there waiting to be put into play, and still
He's a
waiting.
funny guy. I met him as
Real
a
character.
live stream back in January at another venue. And he wasn't playing cash games, but we had a little bit of a chat when he was super deep in a tournament.
Yeah.
And we're having some small technical fix going on right now. It won't affect you guys, but thank you very much for fixing it on our
sorting
end.
that one out. Interesting turn card now. Both players having 2 pair. Michael with the bad side of it with the bottom 2. Not really much additional equity either.
But the pots have been getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that's what you tend to see, right? People are getting quite comfortable, and naturally the pot size does tend to go up. Michael here with a really thin turn value bet with the 4 deuce here, looking to get value from flush draws, maybe a weak holding, a weak pocket kings, maybe some kind of ace queen. And yeah, Peter not having any of it, going to raise his 2 pair for value, understanding that he is unblocking most of the main club draws and combo draws here, and just deciding that his hand's good enough to go with the 2 pair with the gut shot, just in case he is up against a hand like Queen 8 does indeed have the 10 or the 9 or the Jack as a sort of emergency equity, let's call it.
That was certainly the biggest bet we've seen so far. It's a 6.3 thousand.
Yeah.
And that's most of his stack.
Yeah, it's a big old chunky bet.
And these two, as you mentioned, know each other. They've played together quite a lot.
They'll be well aware of each other's tendencies. And Michael, as you can see here, is kind of left with his pants down with this rather ambitious turn value bet. Does have to fold with the 4 deuce.
Well done there by Peter. No reason to let your opponent see a river card there. And he was more than happy if his opponent called as well, assuming he didn't turn over a set.
Yeah, I think Michael's thinking is that with my hand, I don't really want to check call, but the problem with the bet is it's just so mergy on so many rivers, you're just not going to be able to realize or understand where you're at. You don't have a clear river value bet. You're not going to go for 3 streets. The second barrel there, just trying to make his life a little bit easier. Very, very mergy. Interesting play. I wasn't expecting to see him go for the double barrel there. You almost want less equity, you know, if you're going to bluff, for example, rather than kind of bluffing with 2 pair and maybe getting shoved on by a combo draw, then you have to fold like sort of 60% equity. So interesting.
During yesterday's stream, it was 5-10 no limit hold'em, and on the very first hand, we saw like one of the biggest pots. It was like a double up. I forget who was bluffing it away, but Tarka was the beneficiary of all that. And then it settled down for a little bit of time, and then 2 action players came onto the table for the last hour, and lots of fireworks went off.
Yeah, was this the two topless rogues?
Yeah, there were two topless rogues. One was actually getting a massage and wasn't like topless. The other basically just had his shirt wide open.
Right.
Thankfully, they were in seat 1 and seat 9, and the way the camera angles are, as you see here, most of the time it's like this. So you would at least see a shirt on their back.
Yeah, yeah.
But the one in seat 9, Leos, he was punting away like he was there just to gamble. He went limp pre-flop and then jam flops, or occasionally just jam pre-flop with like a jack high. He was having fun, but I'm sure none of the other players were going to complain that he was not wearing a shirt.
Yeah, exactly. One of those ones where you just kind of have to keep quiet, right? Just allow the action to keep going. It's weird, isn't it, that there's some kind of like sort of side sort of service on a poker table where you kind of allow people to push over the personal boundaries just because they're giving so much action, whereas if it was a reg that had his top off and was sort of screaming, you'd kind of be like, just get this guy out of the game, you know? So poker can be very interesting, and those dynamics that pop up, especially live, you know.
And it's venue to venue. Some venues would immediately put a stop to it, where others are a bit more, if this is okay with the players, it's okay with us.
Exactly.
And it looks like we have Patrik joining us. He's in seat 1 right now, so that's game. Patrik by HAMMERCRUSHER, Jaros. As George mentioned, he does play even higher than what we see here.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have another new player as well.
Yeah, I'm not aware of this player, to be honest. Haven't played with him before. Looks like he's buying him for 10K.
I thought it was going to be Manuel, but maybe Manuel is still on his way.
Could be. I think, yeah, he was first on the list, so maybe there was a bit of a delay for him.
But it looks like this player knows the other players. He's a little bit quiet, but I saw him exchanging something in between hands.
Want some money, or?
Not money, but at least I opened his mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're not, the chat is not in English at the table.
No, it's all Czech, isn't it?
In the tournaments, it's English only, but in like a cash game, if it's all people that know the same language, you let that rule slide a little bit.
Yeah, so Patrik I've played with a couple of times in Rozvadov. He likes to call me Pablo Escobar because of the mustache.
Because of the mustache.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's a character.
He is a character. I enjoyed his energy at the table. He definitely brought a lot out of it. Some regs just kind of sit there quietly and hoovering up the EV, and he's the exact opposite. You know, he will create a fun and friendly dynamic for people to enjoy themselves.
So we already have 950 in the pot. And I'm not sure if we've seen a flop yet. It looks like we must have. Looks like it went check, check, bet. Everybody folded. We don't know what the flop is, but it wasn't a big pot either. I think players are having more fun playing at this 50-50 than you see at some like 2-2 games that aren't on the stream.
Exactly.
Those are more serious. I mean, you know, if you're bringing a little bit of fun, it does loosen some people up. But typically, you don't see this level of chatter, you know, even in a 2-2 game.
I think these guys are going to have bankrolls well into 6 and 7 figures, so it's not a bad life, is it?
No, no, no. And if they're willing to be on the TV table, you know, playing at these stakes, I'm sure they're here to have fun. Yeah,
and I don't think that they're going to play their absolute strongest game on the TV table. I think that they will splash around a little bit because of the image that they create. You know, when they go to other places, play the bigger games there, they want to be seen as someone that's been splashing around on another stream. So you are going to see slightly more loose aggressive, slightly more optimistic plays than you would expect if they were sitting in a 25-50 game on PokerStars, let's say, for example. So that adds an interesting dynamic. These guys play all over the place, all around Europe, and they're well aware of the image that they can cultivate by playing quite splashy on a stream, for example. So yeah, you see this guy instantly sit down and start opening 9-5-4-4 single from the small blind in a 3-blind structure in a game where you're just never getting it through. So if you are going to make a loose open from the small blind, usually you want to have tighter players on your left. These guys are the opposite of that. You know, you're just never getting this open through. Now deciding to barrel away, and in fact runs into 2 guys with trips here.
We could see this pot get big, but
this
is going to chippy sec because of Patrik and Michael.
It's very interesting because both players have unique side cards as well, right? So we could see a boat over boat situation here. We can also see the ace king get into some trouble on a queen 10-7. I think Sipisek is going to be giving up. He does turn a straight flush draw.
Everybody has a little bit of something.
Yeah.
And Michael also, on top of having his ace queen, has also a Broadway draw, cut shot, and a better flush draw.
I think Sipisek here, seat 7, needs to really worry about Patrik's range. Calling with the player behind, he's going to be extremely ace-x dense and often have ace-jack as a trap to allow the third player to continue.
But there's no fear here by Chippy
No
Sec.
fear whatsoever. Goes for the half pot, which is kind of strange because he's not setting up a river jam. So if he did have ace-jack, he knows that one of his opponents is often going to have an ace-queen, ace-king kind of holding that would call a 2/3, if not 3/4, if not pot sizing. So yeah, it does get one of the ace-x's to fold.
What do you think of that fold?
It's so awkward when you're in a sandwich spot here and you've got a player behind that also has overcalled the flop versus a player that's betting into 2 players. So yeah, it does going to get the call from the second player. That's quite standard, but Patrik only had 1 overcard, right? The king, I believe.
Yes.
So he only has 3 outs to improve if he is up against a hand like ace-jack or ace-deuce. But mostly ace-jack is what Sipisek is repping here. Jack's full even would be a little bit thin into 2 players on the turn.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see a third barrel here by Chippy Sec. I think Michael has to call regardless of the sizing if he does, but he would actually have to think a little bit, but he gives up on the hand.
Waves the white flag. He understands how strong Michael has to be to call the multi-way barrel on the flop and turn. Can still have ace-jack. The problem is that your opponent here, when you are barreling into the abyss with essentially a blockerless hand, is that it's just so easy to run into it.
So nice pop there by Michael, and Patrik is probably shaking his head that he folded that turn, especially after a check through on the river, because he would have taken down that pot with trips with a better kicker than Michael. But as George explained, he agrees with Patrik's fold. We can't be results oriented, that he would have taken down the pot. You have to play correct from a theoretical perspective based on how your opponents are playing, based on how you should be playing, also from a GTO perspective, etc., etc.
Exactly. Big considerations to make, and that's kind of why if you do bet the turn, it's just so difficult once you've faced 2 continues on the flop. And so to get another call, just running into either the stone nuts or a very strong ace-x holding there.
I want to say hi to a couple more people in the chat. First, Unshook One asks, is the mustache still going?
Yeah, I've toned it down a little bit. It was kind of Ron Jeremy style for a while, and now I would say it's a little bit more metrosexual. A little bit more modern, let's say. Somewhat more discreet, but yeah, I got rid of the big bushy one, that's for sure.
And Giselle Braj is back again. Thank you for tuning back in, saying PLO is awesome, a lot of action. That is certainly the case.
Could not agree more. The PLO is a big part of my life. I love every second of it. It just never fails to entertain.
If this hand doesn't, well, the hand is already developed. I was going to ask you about how people can get into PLO, what they should do, how they should study, but we can take that up after the hand because...
kind of a bricky flop. Andre with the nut straight blockers, I think would have been a good one to lead, actually, with those 7-7, with the 7 of hearts especially, with some removal to the stronger combo draws or straights. And just kind of checking it down now. And 7s are good. Interestingly, he goes for the double delay. I would have probably led the flop, if not, definitely bet the turn. because you know on the turn you can still get hands like black aces, black kings to fold. You know, it's just very difficult to continue there.
But it doesn't really fit the 3-bets range in terms of like that kind of flop, I don't think.
Exactly. Why you want to be leading into him, right? When you've got the nut straight blockers there, also with a really significant flush draw blocker. So would have been a lovely one to take the initiative, but does end up navigating his way towards winning the hand anyway. So nicely done.
So George, there were a couple players earlier in the chat, a couple viewers who are basically just being open to PLO now. So they'll learn a little bit by listening to you, a little bit from me, more from you than me. But how should they go about starting to play PLO other than just playing at small stake as possible, get some practice in?
Yeah.
They should be doing that too. But what should they be doing? Should they be looking at a book? Are there courses?
YouTube content.
Yeah. Free YouTube content.
Yeah, free YouTube content. One person I could really recommend would be Jay Nandez. He does lots of low stakes play and explain videos for 10 cent, 25 cent, and also 25 cent, 50 cent. Those videos are now 3 or 4 years old, but with application and hard work, watching and understanding the principles, you can beat low stakes online cash just by watching a couple of videos. So that's why PLO is so great, because it's so available, and many Hold'em players have transitioned into PLO and they struggle to really pick up the concepts as quickly as someone that's just learning PLO for the first time, because they have these Hold'em principles that are embedded in their poker brain, you know. So the benefit is, if you are a novice player, I would move towards PLO. It seems to be where most of the action is kind of maturing. On live stops, usually, you know, to see a Hold'em game of this ilk would be very rare, but now it's very common to see PLO high-stakes games, as one of our viewers said, just because due to the nature of the action that it brings.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So check out some free YouTube content. Just type in learn low stakes PLO, and you'll see mostly Jay Nandez, but also some other stuff as well. There's PLO Quick Pro is another good one with I think it's an American or Canadian guy that can pull you through the basics. And you know, with 10 hours of sort of concentrated study, you can really have a nice edge on even 25 cent, 50 cent cash games online. It's tough to beat the rake there, so I would really recommend just putting loads of volume in at a stake where you don't need to make money straight away. It's more about like the training and putting the hours in. And then once you've sort of built up a bit of confidence, the good place to start is to go and play a live 2-2 game where you're going to be mind blown with the level of play. There will be some extremely optimistic and just self-destructive plays there that will be.
And you're looking at me because
no, I wasn't looking at you. No, I wasn't looking at you, but I know that you know.
Even me blowing up a massive stack once as well.
Oh, on the last hand of the stream, right? Yeah. But, you know, I was looking at you because I know that you've traveled to all the stops. You've been everywhere that's, you know, worth its salt in poker. And would you agree with me that you could see that PLO is there's a mini boom there?
There's definitely a boom.
Yeah.
There's even a small but not like sizable mixed game boom going on right now in Europe, which is amazing to see.
It is great.
I hope to see more of that. It is kind of concentrated in certain spots, but we're seeing more mixed games even being offered at festivals too, which is amazing.
Yeah, and mixed game festivals, you know, themselves. We had one here in Card Casino, the European Championship of Mixed Games or something. There was like an 8-game main event. And
I should have come for that.
Yeah, that would have been that was about 3 or 4 months ago. That would have been right up your street. They had every kind of possible mix that you could imagine there, and cash games, and some of the streamers from other sites that were here that sort of set up the mixed game movement. That they were here, sort of.
I may not have even entered a single tournament and just played cash.
Just played cash.
When you have a mixed festival, then the cash is going to run 24/7.
Exactly. Lots of Sveton, lots of 8-game, lots of just whatever the button fancies, basically.
So this pot somehow built up to 2,600 while we were talking.
Yeah.
Jan really having
no one really having anything, and Jan giving up with the missed combo draw. And Michael wins with Jack 8. I'll be very surprised to see that that's the winner. 2.6k pot being slid his way, and pretty ferocious start from our man Jan in seat 7.
Apocalypse agrees, and he wants to see, he or she, I don't know,
Yep.
I shouldn't say he, wants to see more at festivals, and we do see more PLO at festivals. In fact,
Yep.
today began one of the largest PLO tournaments in European history, not the largest, but among them, a 2,500 euro buy-in Euro Omaha Championship with 100,000 guarantees. So
Yeah.
it's not going to be like thousands of players in it, but to have one at that buy-in and still be able to get a minimum of 40 players, because they expect to meet this guarantee, is quite impressive. And
It is.
we'll try to get an update of that towards the end of the stream, but we will be broadcasting the final table of that tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, looking forward to that. There'll be a high level of play, that's for sure. There's definitely been a PLO boom within Card Casino here in Slovakia as well, which has been hosting games from 2-2 up to 100-200 for multiple years now. So we do get regular 1K PLO tournaments, some 2.5Ks, some 1500s, also some like daily kind of 300s during the festivals that run here. So it's really nice to see that boom, and definitely going to be looking forward to what comes with it. Interesting flop here. Yeah.
Pavel with middle set, Jan with open-ender.
Open-ender with the dominated backdoor flush draw, so like a deuce of hearts on the turn could really spice things up. King of clubs doesn't really help either player. Jan still with the open-ender, but his hand going way down in value now. And yeah, just kind of has to reluctantly fold there. Pavel taking it down with a nice big bet, looking to charge 2 pairs, open-enders, maybe turn flush draws. And just happy to take it down as well.
And massive props to Pavel, because everything you mentioned that's happening at Card Casino, that's because of him. I mean, obviously he has an amazing team behind him, but if he didn't love PLO as much as he did, I don't think we would be seeing all this PLO action here at Card Casino.
Yeah, exactly. He's been in all of the games. He plays all the tournaments. He's a good representative, and also a very engaged owner, I would say.
And the old Royd saying commentating Dream Team. Now that screen name sounds...
Connor.
Oh, it's Connor.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Connor.
How you doing, Connor?
Haven't seen Connor in a while. Maybe once during the pandemic. I'm not sure if he came to Estonia for that or not.
No, Connor still plays a little bit of online, and I think he's been doing quite well. He sent me a few runs that he's been getting on with. Loves these PKOs. I hope you're doing well, mate. What's new with you, buddy?
How amazing would it be, like, if Twitch allowed us, like, we can click on him now and he can get, like, his audio in.
Yeah, it just like pops up on Skype.
Both looking at the chat, waiting for the response.
Yeah. Who have you got for the Open this week, Connor? I'm just sweating it alongside here. A couple of decent starts. Siwoo Kim and Neiman, but...
Jan betting is Broadway here. Now, there is potential that somebody has a flush. We see he has his check mark. Actually, it's Pavel that bet.
Yeah, so he does have to defend one
That's
here.
much different. I thought it was Jan leading out.
Has the diamond blocker. Pavel going for a really ambitious, just no equity play here. Does river 2 pair, but isn't going to be too happy about the continue. And he's going to turn this hand into a bluff now for 1,200 half pot. Really trying to represent a sort of low medium flush here with this line. Some kind of like 9 or 8 higher flush is essentially what he's saying he's got with this kind of sizing scheme.
And it's not the easiest call, actually, for Jan.
It's really
having
not.
That 1 diamond in his hand. It's the line looks super strong after betting the turn and river.
Yeah, he bet the turn multi-way as well, which makes it tricky. And Jan is up against a player that is capable of having bluffs here. He does have a 7 of diamonds blocker, but lets it go. And Pavel there just mashing his way to victory there with the cheeky sizing on the river, trying to represent. You know, if he goes pot there on a board where you've got exactly king, queen, jack, you can only really represent either a royal, a straight flush, or the nut flush. So that sizing just allowing him to be perceived to have a wider value range. very tough to play against someone that's capable of, you know, having that level of understanding. And not the hand selection I would have chosen, but gets the job done, and that's the main thing.
And the understanding of his opponents that it could work, because very often you're at a 2-2 PLO game, people are going to just call with that. They may even call with like a 9-10 straight, you know, or a set, you know, rather than think, you know, that, oh, I have a set, I'm going to call, you know, rather than really think it through.
Exactly. It's important to keep on your toes and to really consider, and he did a good job of deceiving his opponent into believing that he almost always had a value hand there, so nicely played.
This should be an interesting, oh wait, we saw a fold here. But I thought we were going to see a nice rundown going against Pavel, but maybe I misread the hand because it went by too fast, but I thought I saw a queen, jack, 9-8 kind of hand. But we do have two other players that called. And Pavel's ace snap cracked on that flop, and it's Andre with the monster quads.
Huge. Imagine if we see an ace now. 6 doesn't change anything. He's got the board absolutely locked. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go for another check here. Just, you really want your opponent to catch up with some sort of ace queen or 10.
Ace on the river.
Yeah, Michael now going to go for the bluff. He's got flush draw. River's a flush. Kind of a tricky spot now because he might assume that his flush is going to be beating like a 6 or something like that that would continue the turn. So he's either beating a 6 now. He's going to go for a pretty thin value bet here. Half pot, just targeting a bear king or a bear 6. And he's going to find out some bad news in 3, 2, 1. Yep, that's a snap raise. 3.5k, and he gives him a sarcastic clap as if to say, "You cheeky bee."
So that, I guess that's a bet just so he doesn't have to put more money in. If like he checks, he's probably going to have to call Andre bets, being that Andre checked.
The problem with this bet, though, is that it's so thin, and the hands that you're targeting have good components for bluff raising. So if you've got a bear king and you reach the river here, you might want to represent something, but it's such a tough board to represent a boat because you've got to have the king and the 6 or the random deuce in your holding that you've opened the cutoff with. So actually I think Michael may find a call here because unless he runs into quads, it's very difficult for his opponent to really have anything.
But if he calls here, then I absolutely hate his bet. If he folds here, then I kind of understand it to some degree that he's setting the price. And if he's called, he's very often ahead, and if he's raised, he's almost always behind. I mean, as you said, there are a lot of bluffs, especially at this table. But it's hard to bluff when the pot's already as big as it is. Maybe not for these players, but very often you don't see these kind of raises as bluffs. You would see just
not often, but if you really think about it, what he's repping, like king 6, king deuce, 6-6, and king king. 6-6 probably would have bet the flop, wanting to get some value from a king. Most of the king X would have bet the flop, looking to get value / protection from flush draws, maybe overpairs, and Michael actually does make the really disciplined lay down there, did run into the quads, which is...
I think if he didn't bet, it would have maybe cost him more. Because I think he has to call most bets for the, you know, just because there's more bluffs at that point if he checks it.
Gio, who wins the Open? I've been doing some DraftKings this week, so I've got a big roster of players. But the guys that are doing well for me so far are Homer, Siwoo Kim, Jucken Neiman, Grillo, Schauffele, and Scheffler. I managed to get on Scheffler at a double-digit price in play, which I'm quite happy with. So. He's going to be there or thereabouts come Sunday, that's for sure. Just a great course fit, in my opinion.
Are you a field fantasy sports player, or do you like do spreadsheets? And
I ran some strokes gained stuff, listening to lots of podcasts. You've got to get a real feel for the public opinion on these things, and you kind of want to go against that, if you know what I mean. So me and a couple of friends were trying to find the unique / undervalued picks, and we found guys like Jaros Lauten, CM, Sepp Straka, Maronk, guys that, you know, the DraftKings is mainly dominated by American guys, so they kind of undervalue the Euros and the Asians type players for the most part. but overvalue the home players. So like Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood were really high owned, and unfortunately Fleetwood's gone on and shot a really good round, but Rose is dusting by the last time I checked. So
maybe I get into that because I've been doing a little bit of fantasy NFL, fantasy NBA. Both are not in season right now. But with that, it's all American all around. So this is kind of interesting, and I do watch a little bit of golf. I don't know a lot about it, but it sounds like something that would be fun.
Definitely. It's a good sweat, and you can also play smaller tournaments where there's like you go for the outlier players and try and find unique picks that can essentially boom or bust, you know. But there's so many different buy-in levels, from like $3 up to 10K.
And how much do you have on the line? What did you what contest did you enter?
I've got a piece of 3 entries into a 2.5K.
Ah.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, look at this.
Ooh, hello, middle set.
That should be, Patrik should be getting out of the way, but Andre likely going nowhere here.
Yeah, Andre with the top pair. Got the backdoor diamond draw as well. Also some backdoor straights. Yeah, that's one of them. So needs a jack now to improve. Doesn't look like there's going to be too many jacks out there with just 4% equity. Didn't remember all of the folded cards. Pavel going for a nice half-pot value bet, just wanting to allow hands like King 10, King 7, 7-10, weaker flush draws, maybe a gut shot to continue, kind of a milky size, and just gets the job done. I've been really impressed with Pavel's bet sizing. It makes a lot of logical sense. He kind of is getting exactly what he wants out of the hand, and really manipulating his opponent's range nicely.
Any of you darts fans as well, Word Match Play at the moment, an hour from me. I'm not necessarily a darts fan, but I've won money gambling on darts.
It's such a fun sweat, isn't it?
You click on the what's coming up next, and then I watch it, and I have a
have a little sweat, yeah.
That's the only time I watch it, is if I have like a little bit of money on it.
I'm quite big on Daryl Gurney today. I think that let's just go back into this. Who's he playing again? Yeah, he's got Cullen, who basically completely luck-boxed the last round. He managed to get himself out of all sorts of trouble, and you know, these consistent high checkouts are not too sustainable, whereas I think Gurney played really solid. So to see him at 2.3 versus Cullen there, it seemed like a little bit of value for me, so I got a bit of 2.27. So I'm fortunate to see that he actually went bigger on Bet365, but I got the early price there, expecting it to be a little bit closer to pick 'em. But
and you can also bet on Party Poker, by the way. So.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah, if they'd accept a bet from me. Wow, lovely turn card for Pavel. Just drilling the 6-5 straight, and also Michael will have some interest with his queen high flush draw and the overpair.
This might even be, we haven't seen our other commentators come in yet, but it is around that time where I would expect that this could be our last hand or second to last hand, but then we'll be back for the tail end.
Absolutely, but look at this river. Queen on the river, only one hand beats him to 6-5. Pavel does block the queen, so expecting to see a non-pot sizing. Yeah, goes for 3/4. I like that. Because he's blocking the queen, which is like the main 2-pair that you're going to get called by, you don't want to go too greedy. You still want to get the calls from hands like 9-4, 9-3, maybe a curious pocket kings with a straight blocker or something like that. So yeah, done very nicely there.
But coming up soon, I believe we'll have Irish Poker Festival founder Fintan Gavin, joined by Lucky Mo, who I've gotten to know a little bit this week, but we met many years ago, sort of like a Lithuanian connection, kind of in reverse, where he's Lithuanian but hasn't lived in Lithuania for 25 years, and I'm not Lithuanian and lived there for like 14 years. So
yeah.
He does speak better Lithuanian than me, unfortunately.
Yeah, how's your Lithuanian? Rather like my Slovak, I guess. Yeah, just Dobry den. God, it's almost a disadvantage being a native English speaker sometimes, because you just don't really need to learn other languages. Everywhere you go, there's a...
It's that in our horrible school systems
Yeah.
in the U.S. and the United Kingdom, where we don't start learning like a language until like we're already like a teenager, and even then you like learn
Exactly.
like for a year or two, like maybe Spanish or something.
Yeah.
So it's only if you really want to learn do you learn. Where in Europe, you know, they're taught English at a very young age.
Very young age, and most people are fluent by the time they leave school. And I said, how did you get such good English? And they kind of look at me confused and say, well, I learnt at school. And I said, well, in German class, I was just sat at the back throwing paper airplanes around.
I can see that.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we go. We have Ferdia here, so that may be some news. So I'm going to take my headset off for a second, George. You can carry the way.
Yeah, no problem. So we get the ace of clubs on the turn, which is improving Jan to the 2 pair, but it's going to be difficult for him to really get any more value out of the hand. And he's just going to be looking to check this one down. Pavel not interested to bluff, thinks his kings have enough showdown. And Jan is going to luckily be able to get that one to showdown and just take that one down without any resistance. So happy days for him there.
So we have some news for you, by the way. Vinton is a little bit tied up at the moment. So George, I think if you don't mind, because you're doing such an amazing job with commentating, if you do want to break, that's fine. If not, I think it makes sense to have... Vinton is here, actually. So hold on one second, George, if you can take over once again.
Yeah, no problem. So 6-handed now, had a couple of people come and go. But very deep stacked action, lots of aggression and lots of big pots so far.
George,
As I'm joined by Finton Gavin. How are you, sir?
great to see you. Thank
Great
you
to
so
meet you.
much.
Yeah.
We have to go to Bratislava to meet up.
Yeah, exactly. So how are you?
Really good.
Yeah?
I'm really enjoying the city. It's absolutely beautiful. I recommend any of our listeners who never visited this card casino definitely take a trip.
Well, they'd be
It's
missing
wonderful.
out, right?
Absolutely
The
wonderful.
potential of this venue is massive, isn't
Crazy.
it? It's huge.
Yeah, they recently acquired achieved the Norwegian Master Festival, which is, I mean, there's very
big
few
step.
places in the world that host it, but
A WPT. Yeah.
hugely successful. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this place.
Yeah.
I'm loving this lineup. This guy, seat 1, Patrik Jaros, what a character.
Yeah, yeah, he's a real character. I played with him in Rosvedov. He called me Pablo Escobar because of my slightly more bushy moustache at the time, but we had a lot of fun together.
Good stuff. And this is C2. I also recognise Michael Shu.
Yeah, prominent
Yeah.
Czech reg, plays all the high stakes stuff.
Absolutely,
He's
yeah.
everywhere. You might have commentated on him at Kings, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously Pavel Binar, then the owner. I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with anyone else. But yeah, it looks pretty good. It's not. I believe it's only on about an hour or so.
Yeah, we've been going for about an hour and 20 or something like that.
Early days.
Early days, but we've
These games get bigger and bigger.
They get
so the
juicy.
blinds 50-50. Are they doing the 100?
a little bit. We had it on for the 4-handed. Now we're
Yeah.
6-handed. It's slowed down a little bit. I think we're waiting for the table to fill up, and then we'll probably see the game get juiced up again. But we've seen a very high standard of play, lots of aggression, lots of big pots. But it's kind of gone in waves, you know, ups and downs. So Michael there with his combo draw, managing to find the 9 of hearts on the river, goes check, and he's going to take that one down with the rivered flush. How about yourself? Are you playing any PLO these days?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah?
Playing a little bit. I might late reg the 2.5.
Yeah.
That's running at the moment. I think we're going to stream the final table of that tomorrow.
Yep.
But I may jump in that. I played a few sats for it. I should have just bought in, you know.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
But yeah, it looks, there's about 30 odd players there. There's a 100k guarantee. Probably reach it. I think most of these guys that we're watching here on the stream,
Yeah.
I think most of these will jump in and late reg also. So
Yeah, these guys usually they've had 1K and 2K and 1500 PLO tournaments here, and this is usually
this is the lineup.
the usual suspects. 6, yeah.
Nice starting hand under the gun here for
Very nice.
Victor.
Yeah, it's going to face some resistance from Patrik, that's for sure, with the double suited ace, queen, 8-6. Can choose to 3-bet sometimes, but versus under the gun, you do need to be wary about getting 4-bet. Going to be lots of aces, ace, king, king type holdings in that strong opening range. Bit of a swing and a miss for Patrik. He does have a backdoor, 2 backdoor flush draws with middle pair, but isn't going to be thrilled about continuing.
Connecting with the 8 also, giving him a 2-pair draw, trip draw.
Yep.
Keep him interested for sure,
I
George.
think, yeah, he's going to come along for one, isn't he? He's wondering whether maybe he could turn his hand into some kind of check raise bluff, or if he's just going to let it go right now. All 3 options on the table, really. Let's it go.
Pretty disciplined.
Yeah, disciplined stuff.
I think I definitely peel there.
I would as well, yeah. With the backdoor stuff. 2 strong backdoor flush draws.
Yeah.
You got backdoor straight draw, you got the, the ace your opponent's always going to barrel where you turn 2 pair. So, is that mosquito or something?
Yeah, we're getting infected here. I mean, it's one thing that I'm really impressed with this casino. It's just so spacious everywhere you go.
Amazing.
The buffet is huge. The player poker rooms are massive. The commentary booth is massive. It really is. It really is.
It's been fantastic. All right, Finton, I'll see you a bit later on.
Yeah, you're going already. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm being swapped out.
That was George. What a great guy. And Finton Gavin is my name. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching a special edition cash game. It's a 50-50, which we hope will go 50-50, 100. And the next voice you hear is that of my good friend, Lucky Mo. How are you, Thomas?
How are you doing?
Very good.
Very excited to be here.
Yeah.
Try follow the action here.
Well, I'm just after jumping in, literally. Yeah, I mean, the players you're looking at here is basically they're very familiar with each other. They play a regular private game here. I'm told it goes up to 500, 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest games in the region. Our casino owner, you can see him there in seat 6. His name is Pavel Binar.
I've heard about.
Yeah, Pavel. I commentated on him a few times on the.
Played in Kings and stuff.
Kings, yeah. He played plays No Limit as well, but he's kind of transitioned over to high stakes cash game. And the other 2 players I'm familiar with are seat 1 and 2. Seat 1 is our host, Patrik Jaros. The game is built around Patrik. He's a big character, big personality, just back from Vegas. And to his immediate left then in seat 2 is Michael Shue, another very well-known figure, hugely successful. Can't remember what he's won, but he's won a bunch of stuff.
I've seen him around.
Yeah, definitely. No Limit. He plays multis. I think he's won a WSOP European bracelet. Listen, guys, I couldn't listen.
PLO or?
In Hold'em. Yeah, I've seen him Hold'em. I commentated on him. But of course, anything I say, take with a pinch of salt. I could be completely wrong. But I do know he was hugely successful in the business world. He made an absolute killing years back, I believe, with Bitcoin, etc. So, Thomas, you just arrived here in Bratislava. Tell us what you thought of the place, because I know it's your first visit here.
The casino looks absolutely amazing.
Sick,
I mean, the setup looks really good. Like,
yeah, I love it.
Yeah, really good. Like the way the tables even lit up and all that, it's just really done professionally. Like.
Yeah. Any listeners wondering what accent Thomas has? That's a Lithuanian stroke North Dublin accent. Am I right, Tom?
I would say Mead. Lithuanian Mead. Fuck the dubs.
So, yeah, it's class. I mean, it's a great spot. The airport is like literally
around the corner.
2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah,
it's
you
brilliant.
can literally walk it like.
I mean, some of the dealers have. I mean, they just drive, walk in. Yeah, you can see it. Big card casino. So maybe we should start concentrating the action.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so 50-50. I don't really have a list of how deep they are, but I'm sure it's going to be displayed there. what the average stack is.
They're playing 50-50 now straddle at the minute, is it?
Not sure. Jaros making
It might have been a straddle there because he raised to 400.
Patrik with the ace of spades. How relevant is this for the pre-flop razor, Thomas?
It's absolutely huge. I mean, having ace of spades on a 2-spade board is huge. You can't see Pavel's hand here, but I mean, aces with a spade on its own seems to be crushing. That jack.
Dilutes the power of that ace of spades.
Yeah, the jack is
and
a
the
bad
third.
card for him, but we can't see his cards. But yeah, don't see why you check there. I mean, it's very hard to bet with the board pairing there for him.
Just over 2k in the pot. Can't see Pavel's holdings, but he's put in a 1k
Small
chip.
bet, yeah, half pot bet. He probably is good.
Oh, that was
Never got called by queens or kings there.
The graphics saying 100, but that looks like
he
a
has
1k chip.
jack there, yeah. It's kind of like a blockerish bet just to kind of get paid the queens and kings. So we went check on the turn. Didn't expect to have a jack, I suppose.
Well, I mean, it's interesting the bet size. I'm not sure the value of these chips. I'm going to find out though, because the yellows are 1k, right?
I would assume so. I think it was half pot, so it was like 2100 on the pot, put in a K. The lads seem to be having a great fun here. Everybody's smiling, having a good laugh.
Yeah, and they're still arriving. I mean, it's still only Thursday. It feels like a Saturday because it's so busy. But
Yeah.
just warming up, the main event, of course, underway. Every hand with aces on this table. Andres turn here. Massive.
Ace, king, 8-6, double fold there. Must have been wrong. Aces picked it up pre-flop. No resistance. Never a fun thing to have when you open aces and no action.
So if you've just tuned in, you're watching a special edition cash game. We're broadcasting live from Card Casino. This is a 50-50 PLO. Also running in the card room is a 2.5k buy-in. That is the Euro Omaha Championship. I'm positive some of these guys will late reg that, but for now we're going to see a bit of splashing about. Again, just to give you a bit of context, these guys have pretty intimate knowledge of each other. And the old fat man on the screen coming in.
The man himself. Parents.
We're on a delay here, so what you're seeing is about 30 minutes ago.
Looks like everybody missed the flop completely. The button opener just went check, 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 flop, check, 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 turn. Jan has a small flush. Just checks it down, picks a small pot. Surprised they didn't bet the river there. Decent 10 high flush.
So yeah, the white chips are the hundreds.
Okay.
And monkey chips are pink, 500 chips. Yellow chips, is there yellows there?
I assume that greens are 25s, right?
Greens are 25s, yeah.
It's kind of international 25 chips, right?
We also have a free roll, daily free rolls on partypoker.com tonight, 9 o'clock. The password, Bratislava. No idea what that free roll's for. But if you're tuning in, why not fire it up? We're going to be here for certainly another couple of hours. The 2.5k Omaha tournament late reg closes about 9:30, so you're going to see these guys flick a bullet straight in there. But for now, we're going to see how we progress here. It's pretty, I get the vibe they're just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, it's kind of like
early in
a
the
little bit
evening.
passively kind of thing.
Yes, relax. They're going to have a beer, they're going to have a bite to eat. They're going to just catch up, and it's not really exploding yet.
Get it going slowly but surely.
It will, it will. So stay tuned. Who knows how big these pots will get.
I think they are playing 50-50 or 100 straddles.
50-50, 100, okay. Yeah, well, there we can see it all right.
Yeah.
The 100. And this is the big blind player in the big blind, which is Michael Shue.
A 3-bet there where he's been 10-5 from the button, from the small blind, is it? From big blind against the button.
This is Jan who opened on the button.
Can't
So
see
you can
his,
see what Jan opened for there.
That's 800. Must have been an open beforehand.
Could have been a double straddle. It's all in.
200.
It's all in. They're all in. Kings for Jan.
King Jack 7 against ace queen 10-5. Yeah.
And you can see the equity, how close this is.
Pure flip.
Michael Shue, you see on your screen. Ace queen of spades. 10-5. A bunch of potential straights. It is in. I thought it was in already, but it is finally in. Jan turns over the kings.
King Jack 7 suited to the Jack.
Jan.
The players must know each other.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Definitely, yeah. They have a regular Pavel Bjorn. Who you see there in scene 6 hosts a regular game here. Boom. Ace.
Ace hits for the ace queen. And it's
7 potential trips,
7
but no good.
Yeah. The runner once and ace queen 10-5 picks it up.
Loses his 7k.
Second board.
Straight draw for Jan.
Double gutter for Jan. And ace kings hold it up. Chop it up, lads. Everybody loves a chop pot, isn't it?
No, not
No.
viewers. Viewers don't like it.
I don't like it myself. And
Dealers don't like it.
I hate chop
Bosses don't like it.
Nobody likes it.
No one likes a chop pot. I don't know.
I think poker
where they
stars
come
love
this
them, don't
from.
they?
Yeah.
You need to see a bit of blood there along the line somewhere, you know? You need to see a bit of pain or excitement out of one of them.
Of course. But as we said, it's early days on this 50-50 100 PLO live stream. We are broadcasting live from Bratislava in the country of Slovakia. Right now, the Bratislava Poker Festival running. Some serious numbers in the main event. The main event is the Party Poker powered Grand Prix, $500,000 guaranteed. But we're watching Michael 3-bet here with the King Queen 10-9. Lovely start in hand, Tom.
Absolutely. I'd love to see that 3-bet from the small one as well. Kind of a bit of a loose open from Jack 10-4, I think, but I'd love to see that 3-bet King Queen 10-9.
This is a beautiful flop for Michael Shue. You can see how
pair, gutter, flush draw.
I mean, he's got everything here. Can't miss. Just as I
Get the
say
check
that,
mark.
yeah, he hits trips.
love to see a check out of him there, Finton. Couldn't kind of covers the board, but everything.
The hearts would be concerning, I'm sure.
Goes for just under half pot bet. Jack play flush calls. Interesting to see the size in here now, Finton.
Yeah, well, Pavel did well to avoid the flush. His jack-eye flush. He'd have the gutter, of course, draw to a full board with that pair of jacks. Can't see Michael getting paid here.
Pavel, he went for like a 2,800 bet. Oh, okay, 3/4, okay. Yeah, just mix it up. Can't call with jacks, pure jacks. That board. I actually thought jacks had a main flush Finton there. I kind of made a bit of Google. But the guys seem to know each other, how each other plays. They have a. They play with each other a lot.
Yeah, there's a regular game. I was just saying it a bit earlier. It's a huge game. It's the biggest game in the region, and it goes the blinds are. I mean, it's massive. It goes as high as.
He was saying 501k. That's absolutely monster. I mean, especially in Europe, we don't see that.
We're talking about a couple of 100k sit down.
And the rest. How deep can you go?
After this landing, Grand Prix Devon League will be 30 minutes dinner break. Not 15, but 30 minutes dinner break. Po tej trefie na Grand Prix na byczku będzie 30-minutowa przestałka.
You can hear the floor in the background there, just announcing a dinner break for the main event. That was flight 1B. We had 101A yesterday, and 1B, 200 players, and 1B today. 1C just started. Now, it's Pavel Dinar, casino owner, the boss man.
Pavel making a call there with a pair and a gutter.
Petr with two pair now. But
Interesting call by Pavel on the turn.
it was very light, yeah.
Picks it up, raise jack and nines.
So it looks like a stand-up hand. What's happening, Tom?
Could be a stand-up game.
Stand-up, so last man standing has to pay the rest of the table. So
Whatever they agree to. Maybe like 500 or something like that.
Dokładnie komu rozdać rozwój. Ty pisku już grałem, jo?
Is this Finton at seat 6 and Manuel?
On został mnie!
German guy, Manuel.
Ale já jdu hned zabojovat. Okamžitě zabojovat.
He's good at hold.
Ale hned celý stůl, že jo?
Looked him up early. He has a
oh,
good online
yes,
result.
yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah,
Very steady grinder, kind of has loads of steady results. I have them
vyhrál tuhle tu kartu. Mám takovou kartičku. Check.
It's always nice to win the first hand in a stand-up game, Finton. You feel like a free round the whole thing, and you just can apply a lot of pressure.
Patrik flopped the nuts here. With a redraw to a full boat, backdoor straight, flush.
Back that straight first, that's what I wonder. I mean,
Just
it's always
making it up
possible.
as
Yeah,
we
it's
go
always
along.
possible. Absolutely.
So Patrik would take a seat.
I'd say it's a nice feeling, Finton, just sitting down after winning the first stand-up game going.
No pressure, no stress.
Good luck to you, lads. I can do anything I want now. at you, watch you guys suffer. Haven't actually played one myself. Did you get a chance to play yourself a stand-up game?
I don't know. I'm sure I did in a drunken blur one night. I like the bomb pots. I mean, they really...
Double board bomb pot. Yeah, definitely. Bring the spice into the game.
We're getting aces almost every hand. It's Michael Shue. Does have the hearts. Makes it 400. Pavel makes his quick call with the Jack, 10, deuce, one suit. Now Patrik should be just dumping this Queen Jack 9-4, right?
Yeah, no suit there, Finton. Would agree with you there for sure.
Petter with 4-4-8-5.
8-5-4-4.
Really much to think about, just connect with the 8. It is Michael with the aces and Pavel with the jacks and the good shot. Continuation from Michael.
It's not exactly even an easy c-bet on that board. He doesn't really connect with the board, but he picks up, nobody has anything else. And you can see in the stand-up game, people are kind of forced to play a bit lighter. They want to win that pot. It's kind of bored where you see bet and you're praying like just fold lads please, because like somebody does anything else that raises you, you're like right, see you later.
Absolutely.
It's 10-9-4 being folded there, suited the ace. Nobody has much of a hand.
Both hit the jack, 2 pair for Michael Shue. And it's a pair and a good shot for Andre.
Jack 7-3, yeah, 6-4 gutter for him. Top pair.
Sitting on the exact same stack.
It's top 2 against top pair and a gutter. Top pair and a gutter just folds. Yeah, he doesn't have any backdoor flush draws there, Finton. It's not that easy to continue.
I'm all over that, Joe. I get sticky.
I missed him. What did he bet there on the flop?
I'm not sure.
I mean, if he bets close to pot, it's very hard to continue there, right?
Sure.
But 2 turns. I mean, if he bets half pot, you're in there like a light.
Yeah, absolutely. We were in the same satellite here.
We were, yeah.
No,
We had a bit of crack, yeah. Oh, were we?
We were on that, satellite, yeah.
You were sitting to your right, were you?
I was on your right, yeah.
I was a bit of banter.
It's amazing, one thing about Omaha, I see, well, Hold'em, the way it's developed, like, I mean, it's not like the old days you sit down and it's like everyone can play Hold'em now. Everyone.
Yeah, sure. Everybody has loads of experience.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Like,
I know, in PLO, everybody...
It's still different. There's still... You can see a lot of Hold'em players who have transitioned recently and they're still playing Hold'em.
See, the beauty about it, I think, as well, is the Hold'em people that transition from it to jump into the PLO tournament and they seem like they bink it.
Yeah.
And they just can't stop playing it.
Yeah.
They just think it's the best game ever, you know?
No,
And that's the beauty about it.
We always feature a couple of Omaha.
Yeah, and fair play to Finton on all your tours. You have all the PLO tournaments. It is the new game that's going to get a lot of popularity.
Yeah, I think now this is some board here for Patrik. He's
blocked the whole board. He has a 2 pair and a bottom set. Michael Shue has a top 2, but he's actually drawn dead, as we can see on the screen here. He has to continue, I assume.
2.8.
He actually leads out for pot. Close to pot.
So what does Patrick do? Well, spades are a concern, but there's a main
Hey,
straight out there.
there's a straight there as well. I think he just calls, but then he's blocking the whole board. He's going to try to hit a house.
It looks like he's put them all in. He's jammed here. And I think Michael is going to save himself money here. He's going to fold this out, right?
Yeah, I can't see him continue there.
Without any spades. Well,
that's what I mean. These players must
Yeah.
know each other, you know? Like, 3-4 straight is out there, and he's like, he got potted into, and he just re-raises with an ace-5 deuce. No fair. It's very hard to continue there for Michael, being a 3-bet on this board. No backdoors. If you had flush draw, or backdoor flush draw maybe, or gutter even, it'd be much easier for him to continue.
I mean, there's a real tell there how often these play together. The way he's just going to his opponent's stack and cutting it down.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
him.
you just would never dare to.
No, unless you knew somebody.
You knew really well.
Couldn't touch somebody else's chips unless you kind of knew it was a bit of a.
So he's in the tank here, Michael Shue. He's top 2. I think he gives this up.
I mean, what does he think he's beaten? Even if he's up against 3-4.
He's a big dog to 3-4.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like 3-4 dog.
Could be versus.
Might have said wrong numbers, but.
I mean, ace 5 3-4 would be the absolute worst.
Could be up against like king 5 3 jack or something with a nut spades. King 5 3 3 or something. That's his best scenario.
And Patrick moving in with the blockers to the straight. Yeah, that's going.
Yeah.
But it's a huge bet.
That's his best outcome. Like to see.
Best case scenario, of course. Yeah.
Nothing worse when putting your chips in, drawing dead, finting with like 10% equity.
It's actually a hard thing to do in
It is, well.
on the flop. It happens to me all the time.
I mean,
they say it's nearly impossible to be drawn dead on the flop.
But you know what I mean? When you put it in, then that feeling you get when you like, oh my God, what was I thinking there?
Life, yeah. And Michael Shue, I think he might have saved himself some money there. Patrick just check calls.
I'm actually surprised he 3-bet that, to be honest with you. I mean, that's what I mean. They mustn't really know each other.
Patrick opens once again. The ace king 5-3 does have the clubs. No club draw.
Ace 10 9 3 double there by Peter. Beautiful hand.
His own makes top pair and 2 pair for Andre. Top and bottom pair.
Oh, that's right. So the king queen 8 deuce, 2 bottom pair, backdoor hearts. It's actually pretty good shape. It's when you have that hand, you don't think you're that good at the shape most of the time, but you're not going nowhere. Backdoor straights, backdoor good flush.
So Petter, check called here.
Check.
Check it down, and Petter gets there with 10-9 for the straight. Did he check it down? Not bad. He was out of position there, he just decided to check. Surprised he didn't pick a little.
Again, as you say, Tom, these guys playing with each other. Go for
You
the check
just
raise.
didn't want to bet and get raised and be in a tough spot. Kind of cautious of each other at the same time.
What did I did not have the nuts there? No, I played straight to the 10 high straight.
Yeah, but it was
Jack high straight.
9-8-7-6, and he had 10-9.
Okay,
So
okay.
I think if he bets, then he gets raised. He's in a world of pain. So I think maybe like he doesn't want to lead and then get raised, and then he's like, why don't I just check call?
So
I mean, they're kind of cautious of each other. Like they're kind of like.
yeah. seat 1, 2, 3 taking their seats. Andre, Pavel and Jan still standing. Side bet, of course, last man standing has to pay the table.
Když jsi zahodil teďka zase, víš, nemůžeš vyhrát, když zahodíš, jako. Čeká na volt, že dostane. On čeká volt na středu. Ale já se těším, jestli zůstanu stát, jak to mají jako...
Michael's shoe open, you can't see his cards at the minute.
Nemohl si ten stream?
Because Queen, Jack 3 single.
Petr makes a pair, so does Pavel, bottom pair.
Pairing up and down is kind of very good flop for him. Nice to have a jack of clubs there as well to block some of the flushes. Of course, we can't see the other two players' cards at the minute.
Ale a teďka bude big pot, teďka budu muset přemýšlet úplně každý, že
Check the flush gets down return. Interesting here if Michael bets what is Peter gonna do. Check the check. Peter just wants to check and kind of take the showdown, and
I mean, any kind of aggression here from Michael, Petr's just going to check fold, right?
I don't know. I mean, he's blocking the queen. He's blocking the flush. Went check on the turn. I mean, he could get stubborn here.
Michael does fire. Petr
Does give it up, yeah. No, I might get stubborn there sometimes myself, just to kind of see what he had.
I think we have one of your fans in the chat, Thomas. It's definitely not one of mine anyway. Daniel T.
Okay.
Best PLO commentator in the business. €1 million, that's for you, not for me. Hello, Daniel. Paul as well.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good World Series for Dan.
Yes, he had a really good run in the main event. He came 200 or something, or in the top 300 or something like that. A really good run. Absolutely delighted for him. Was in there for 5 days, I think. Yeah.
Some number, good turnout from people.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Andy had a great good summer as well.
Yeah, he had a really good start in the 1K Turbo when the first event. He literally arrived, I think the next day he came third or fourth.
Well, the 1K was well into the series. He came second. That was about a week before the main.
Oh, that was about 2 weeks, I think, before. He literally landed, and the next Tuesday.
No, cashed it, so there was something else he cashed in. The turbo, the 1K turbo.
Could be wrong. I know he got very unlucky as well. I can't remember. I think it's like Ace King against Ace Queen or something like that. He got it in 3 or 4 handed.
Turn for 1K.
Yeah.
And it was like 7/8 of the chips.
Yeah.
Ace King.
It was like 70-30% gonna hand. What we've got here, Queen 10-9 looks like a beautiful hand. Free flop. Got off against button. Queen 10-9 flops a gutter and a flush draw. Someone's check. Now Ace 9-6-3 turns trips.
A to se dělá v kabaretu, no, že ještě kabaret, tak to si můžu to se můžeš poválet. Za to pro mě dají nějaký peníze.
Queen 10-9, I can see it definitely continuing here. Does have a Gotcha, straight flush draw. Queen. Pretty live here. See folding here. Especially playing the stand-up game. I think he did fold. Some folds. Wow. Gotcha, straight flush draw.
I missed that hand.
I can see Fintan that these lads are having some food on that. I think
They're just chilling.
just chilling. They're not in a rush to go anywhere.
And I think maybe later tonight, after the PLO tournament, this game will kick off again.
All right, okay.
I don't know if we stream it, but I mean, it's early in the days.
Some fella just followed trip ace. No, he didn't. Ace, 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 4.
Kings are super strong here.
Yes and no. I mean, it's not suited to the king, but I don't see it folding a button. You have to kind of continue and just kind of play it out.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm surprised the equity there for Petter. Almost double the kings with the kings.
The 4 as well. I think the 4, king, king 4, and ace, ace, ace 4. Kind of that 4 kind of. Yeah, king, king 9 or something. Kind of a bit better.
There,
Now,
just like that.
easy game. Top set and a gutter. Back to flush draw.
Now the money's in.
Wow.
Right, all the money is in.
Whoa.
And Petter's, he's dead to an ace now. One outer. Twice. One ring, top set.
Huge spot here, Fintan.
20.
That's just got it in on a king 6-7 board. No! He gets a 1 out on a river. Look at that, Fintan. He must have smelt it.
Pretty sick. Biggest spot we've seen so far, almost 25k. Results in a chop pot. Andre versus Petter.
Again, it must be the stand-up game, Fintan, where they just forced to put them in a bit lighter. Try and win the pot. Nobody wants to be a loser at the stand-up game. It's not even about the money, you know?
Of course.
Just the bragging rights of saying who, yeah, exactly.
Standing on your mates and sitting down.
You get to point fingers at him, you know?
Pavel, you can see in seat 6 in Jan. Sorry, that's
Je malinko smutný. Je rád, že sedí. Pojď sem zase,
Víš, jak to přesně, to je první.
To bylo ultimátní. To bylo lepší, no. Jo. Dobrý, že to nábody už by se ani musel dávat ten druhý. Pavel jde zautočit, už ho nebaví stát se tím.
So this is Porter left standard, right? And it's seat 5. Oh, sorry, Pavel.
Pavel is the owner, yeah.
Pavel is he's left standard, and
yeah.
to play to the right of him.
Yeah, now I don't actually know, but I guess that's Manuel Fischer.
Yes, that's the man.
my guess.
Yes, that's the guy I was saying. I think he has a really good resume on the mob for tournaments online and live. A lot of hold'em tournaments. Looks like a steady crusher. Looks very young, Fintan, but I don't think he's as young as he looks.
Okay.
Because I know his first result was like in
Been around.
2013, so
Okay, he's
he
been
must
around
be
the block for a while.
30
yeah.
odd.
So
We have
Andre makes it 2K with the blockers. 10 jacks the nuts, right?
That's right. He has the blockers, but the two lads have a straight to the 10. Board is rainbow, no flush draws present. It's be interesting if Andrew just goes for it, because if he does go for it, he'll pick it up, no problems. He has the nut blockers. Let's see if he has the heart for it. He gives it up. The two other lads gonna chop it up. Oh, Pavel goes for it. Look at this. So Andre gives it up with the blockers, and Pavel just pots it, and he's going to take the whole lot down, I assume. He has the heart. It's very hard to call here, I'd say. Again, unless they have reads on each other.
But the third bet was from
Andre,
yeah.
yes.
And
The
Pavel
blockers and two lads just called.
Pavel just called. And the texture really hasn't changed, so.
Yeah, he makes the call. Good call. Fair play to him. But I think, I don't know, if Andre went bet the pot though.
Yeah.
I don't know, he might have get called anyway.
Keeping the story the same.
I mean, once he checks, he just waves the white flag, and the other lads know there was no, yeah. But I assume there's no nuts present. It's hard to make it straight for them. Hard to make a pair, or two pair, forget about the straights.
Now what happens there in the split pot? Does Pavel take a seat? No.
Don't know, Finton.
No, he's still standing. He has to win it.
I think they have to just purely win it, don't they?
Looks like it. So just a quick shout out to our viewers. If you've tuned in, you're very welcome. You're watching a 50-50 right now, Bratislava also on the tournament floor beside this live stream table is the 550 main event, the Grand Prix €5,000 guaranteed. They will be C currently running and start flights right until Saturday morning, fast flight Saturday morning. Also running 2.5k. Omaha Championship will be bringing you the final table of that tomorrow. Very exciting. Maybe Tom will be in the booth, George and Jason. Hopefully I will be on that table. I think I'm going to...
That'd be good cracking you on the beach table. You're going to commentate.
So Tom, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah, top man. I'll see you later, George.
Guys, best of luck all in there. Oh.
I think you're staying on, are you? All right. Well, I'm gone anyways, that's all.
Tell me.
Viewers and listeners had enough of me. But thank you so much, and see you soon. All the best.
How you doing?
Thank you very much, Fenton, and how are you, sir?
Very good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, very well. I'm looking forward to more of the action. How's it been? Still big pop?
We've been playing a stand-up game here.
Okay.
And, you have Pavel here, and I think it's Manuel, is it?
No, that's not Manuel. Not my friend Manuel, but this guy. Yeah.
I got it mixed up. How about?
Potentially, yeah. But he was seat 7.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been playing for a little while now, and he's been quite active, right?
I think he's been pretty card dead.
Has he? Okay. He was really in the thick of it at the start of the stream, sort of maneuvering his way around.
To be honest, there's been a lot of aces going on, and there
wasn't much proper action.
Yeah.
Just kind of someone gets aces, pop.
Exactly. Yeah. There was one hand where there was one big hand where somebody had a ace 4 against. King, Jack 4, and the Kings flopped the set, and they got it in like 4 excess on a
4 SPR.
4X.
Yeah, wow, okay. What, just with 3 aces?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty
sick.
dusty play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but he binked the rabbit twice. He binked the ace on
He
the
found
on the
one.
second.
Wow. Yeah, that's dead for both boards most of the time.
But I was talking the same to Finton, and these guys seem to know each other. Seem to.
Yeah, these are Czech regs. So I'm English, but I live in Slovakia, and these guys, when I'm playing the bigger stakes, I see their faces around the table all the time.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Finton's telling me to get as far as 501k playing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in those private rooms, but it's psychopath stakes, you know, like.
Seems to be huge, like.
Huge game. So, in fact, this would be probably the smallest game these guys would play.
So they literally treat like a just.
It's play money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
They play cautiously enough. They kind of.
They still play well. They're not going to give it away, but they're definitely going to be in with wider ranges. You know, like this Ace King 8-4, for example, is opened under the gun and just got it in there with an 8-high flush draw. So, wow, backdoor 2-pair. That's absolutely sickening for a 13.4k pot. I guess the stand-up game element was kind of forcing him to get in the mix.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can't find the miracle on the second board. And,
it would have been only fair if they chopped it at this stage.
But the fact of the matter with the stand-up game is that he wins the first board, right? So he's over the moon.
That's right, yeah.
He's down. Good stuff.
Have you ever got a chance to play a stand-up game yourself?
A couple of times, yeah. It really adds a really interesting dynamic. I've only played Hold'em stand-up games, and I don't play much Hold'em. And there were guys that really understood the mechanics of the stand-up game. You know, overbetting all the time, putting you in tough spots.
Yeah.
And it's really tough to play against. You know, when you're super deep stacked out of position to a guy that's just going ham on you.
And it's not even about the money, right? It's just like you don't want to beat the loser, like.
It's the pride, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. How about yourself? What's your poker background?
Mostly played online.
Yeah.
Last 10 years or so. Hold'em mostly, and then transitioned to PLO last. I kind of played PLO for a long time, but kind of played it probably for like the last 3 years.
Nice. That's a smart move. I think it's where most of the action's going.
Sure, yeah. And I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I really do enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoy the tournaments more so than cash, but I did study cash in the last couple of years. Yeah, love it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
it's a bit of high-low as well.
High-low, nice. Yeah, yeah. I quite like the Sveton. Have you played that format? It's like a split pot, so it's like one is 5-card draw and one is 5-card Omaha.
No, first time I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a Scandinavian thing.
Really?
We played it a couple of times here.
Let's have a little game later.
Yeah, exactly.
The weekend.
I'll show you the ropes.
Sure. Totally up for it.
Yeah, it's good fun, mate. Yeah, you'll take to it like a duck to water. Yeah, Sveton special. They call it draw Maha in America.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Fun game because you've got the cards up and down kind of element as well. So the sort of eagle-eyed players will notice, oh, you can't have.
Play for play money though.
Yeah. I'm not going to fleece you, man.
Because anytime I learn new games, I seem to be down a chunk.
There's always a couple of regs sat there with their eyes open like that, isn't there?
Oh yeah, we'll teach you how to play. Come on.
Yeah, come on, have a seat. How much you buying in for? Nah, you want more than that? It's a deep game. Wow, what a cooler flop here. Top set versus top two. A board that is fairly innocuous, being rainbow, but lots of straight draws. So the aces are going to be looking to charge those straight draws and obviously charge the weaker sets and 2-pair kind of holdings as well. So it does go for the big bet. I like it. Lots of hands here that are going to be insensitive to the sizing. Those king queen 10s, the 10-8 9s. And Patrik, he just has to.
Not flush draw.
It's kind of a see you at the river, right? Unless it comes like a king or a queen or something, maybe he can get away on the turn. But usually you'd be calling 2 streets here. Oh, that's disgusting. That's exactly the card he doesn't realize that he didn't want to see. And he's up against the guy Jan, who when I was commentating earlier, he was firing off. Yeah, seat 7. He was firing off with a bare gut shot flush draw in a paired board.
Great image.
Good image, yeah. And that hand got the showdown as well. So that could mean payday right here.
What a sick turn.
Sick turn. Goes for the half pot now. Wants to keep in some maybe backdoor flush draws. Maybe a hand just like ace, queen, queen or something like that. Won't be able to fold to this size. Patrik asking for the size of the pot.
Doesn't block clubs either, so
no.
Gets a bit of value out of that.
Exactly, yeah. Lots of combo draws and Jack X and Ace X to try and target, hence why the size down, you know. So realizes that he's got the board absolutely locked. Just looking to put those kind of draws under pressure, and Patrik looks like going to be
You see Patrik raising here?
cutting out a raise. Yeah. I'm not sure about this personally, because if I've seen someone with the potential to barrel off on boards where they deem themselves to have an advantage, you want to allow them to have those no equity bluffs,
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah. I mean, you're blocking the whole board, right? So what do you expect to get called by when you raise?
Exactly. He's just thinking, well, I'm unblocking clubs. I can maybe get a hand like ace king king with the king high flush draw to continue, but
I mean, you could have a hand.
I might do this sometimes out of position, but in position I'd be very comfortable just calling along and seeing what my opponent does on the river, allowing bluffs to remain in their range rather than now targeting Jack X and sometimes running into this setup as well. And he's just going to shove it in.
I'm going to like it as well, just in case.
Maximizing the, just getting it all in now, right? He knows his opponent.
He has Jack 7 or something, he's just going to put it in now.
Exactly. Just making sure that he gets all of it rather than potentially seeing Patrik.
It's very hard to call and then lead the turn or lead the river.
Lead the river, yeah. It just looks so strong, doesn't it?
Can't have the worst feeling in the world, putting it in on a turn absolutely dead.
No worse feeling.
Just that kind of like the hardest things.
Aces?
Oh my god,
yeah. I need the jack, but it looks like the jack's been folded, unfortunately.
I suppose he's never dead,
we can see that he is with the check mark. So it looks like the jack was in one of the folded cards. And the 4 on the river, obviously. They're going to run it twice. Patrik thinks he might have one out. We know that not to be the case.
I think that's the second biggest spot we've seen today. There was a 25k pot earlier. I think that was actually the hand I sent you with a trip aces against upset king. There was a 25k pot.
Yeah, and this one was
23.
23, okay. So a huge pot there for seat 7, and if you're watching at home, guys, this is really a clinic on joining a table, building yourself an image, and getting paid. It was obviously a cooler, but Patrik, if he thought that his opponent was tight, he might have even sort of treaded a bit more cautiously, not gone for the raise call, the raise stack off. Yeah, he might have called and then decided on the river, is this guy got aces or not? If you're up against a very tight reg, often they're just going to show you the blades. And that's the sick thing about PLO. In Hold'em, on the Jack turn card there, you're thinking of Vegas and the Mirage. In PLO versus a tight player could be some problems.
Drawing dead.
Yeah. You've got one out the door.
At the end of the day, look at them all. They're all smiling and having a laugh. It's like, yeah, we know it happens.
I noticed the big difference between these like 5-5, 10-10 games and then this level. This level, these guys have got deep pockets. They play with each other all the time. There's a much more friendly sort of atmosphere.
They're used to the variance.
They're used to it.
The sickness of the game.
5-5, 10-10, you've got people that play lower stakes online taking a shot at the live game. That can bring with it some tricky emotions when you take shots.
Kind of, you see these coolers, people just like literally can't really help themselves. Going, what the hell just happened? PLO players are well used to more sickness for sure.
Absolutely, you have to have a kind of psychopathic gene.
Well, it's a good thing or bad thing, is it?
Well, yeah, exactly. Within poker, it's good. On the outside, you do become quite cold-hearted quite quickly when your emotions have just been absolutely sent to smithereens.
And you're there laughing at it.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a game that when...
This is stand there looking to go, why are you crying?
Yeah. Well, I don't have any emotions anymore. I've been playing PLO for 10 years.
None left.
Yeah, they've all been taken away. Brazilian Donk says, hello people, how going? Are you a Brazilian or a donk, or is that more of a sort of tongue-in-cheek username? Sickening term for Patrik, and he thinks it's the best card possible. Exactly. Again, just a window into the sickness behind the PLO, like we've been talking about.
It's weird
really
when he raises there and gets pre-shoved, like
I don't like the raise personally. I think you freeze out bluffs and you kind of
And you block the whole board.
you
right?
block the board and you block the hand that you want to get value from, which is a hand like King King Jack or something like that. You know, King King 10 Jack that had the gut shot on the flop, turns trips.
Very hard for those other hands to continue when you raise. Right?
Very tough. You block continues, and you also freeze the hands that may triple barrel, repping aces against you as well. But these guys know, better. They play with each other. Yeah, me too. He's aware that he's against a value hand. There's going to be almost no bluffs.
Yeah.
When you've got the range advantage and you're double barreling a board and you get raised, you understand that your opponent has value because otherwise they would play cautiously. It's sarcasm. Good stuff. And not able to see Jakob's cards there in C8, but not an awful lot.
Did Jakob just join the table?
Yeah, I don't think we've had a C8, have we?
I think he just joined the table there. Last couple of
So
hands.
we got a new player. The guy in the so like an F1 AMG.
Chauna's jersey kind of.
Yeah, isn't that like the Mercedes Formula One team? Yeah,
yes.
that's it. So, new player to keep our eyes peeled on. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table. Any guesses based on his table demeanor? Do we think he's a top player? Do we think he's loose, tight? What do you reckon?
Personally, I think he might be a bit loose.
Yeah, it looks like
ready to see the flaps.
Anyone with a man bag, they've got reloads ready,
Sure.
Yeah. They got some extra chips behind, more artillery.
He looks eager to kind of see turns and rivers.
He does.
See if he can get there.
Absolutely.
But the table looks like he's definitely building up to some action.
Oh, absolutely. Got about another hour or so on stream. Thanks very much to all of you for joining us here on the Party Poker TV stream. €50 high stakes PLO. And we've had some huge pots over 20,000 euros. One cooler and one not so cooler, but the money was flying in, and that's what we want to see. So Peter opening it up with the aces under the gun. Again, when you were saying earlier, seeing a lot of aces. Once Omaha, in my opinion, it's a much better short-handed game. Because once you get 7 or 8 people, it's just kind of aces versus kings quite a lot,
I 100% agree with you. I mean, 6-handed. Actually, the way Finton has it set up running his tournament 7-handed, I think it's going to happy medium, but But I absolutely agree with you. 9-handed PLO is
more skillful, isn't it? Sorry, less skillful, but more skillful when you've got 4, 5, 6, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. 9-handed PLO it's really hard to put people on range, especially if it's really splashy game where everybody limps in and somebody eyes those and everybody calls.
Could be up against absolutely anything,
It's very hard to put people on a hand.
Whereas in PLO, you can get 3 streets from the 3rd or 4th nuts in short-handed, and then in 9-handed, you're petrified when someone's betting and you've got the 2nd nuts on the turn,
One thing I'd say though, I played double board bomb pot.
Great game.
Tournament in Vegas.
Oh, lovely.
Such a great fun.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't really know what they're doing, do they?
It's so much fun, but it takes up so much concentration as well, because you're gonna chase the 2 boards really. I'm sure you're not drawing dead on some of them.
Yeah, so much to think about.
But so much fun.
So much fun. It's for me, a very stimulating game because you've constantly got to be, it's very new.
You can't just
You can't autopilot.
No.
No, otherwise you're going to be out the door, right?
You have to concentrate on every hand that you play. But you have to play every hand, right?
Because you've got so much coverage all over the place. But yeah, the big mistake in that game is people that get married to one board.
Absolutely.
They're chopping at best.
And you see that. They don't even concentrate on the 2nd board.
Yeah, they've got a set on one board and like the bottom gut shot on the other one that is already drawing dead.
On one board and just put it all in and just not even.
And get quartered or whatever. No, not get quartered, but
they might even.
Not with quads, but with the nut straight, for example. Yeah.
George, thanks very much for having me.
Pleasure, man.
Pleasure.
Going to teach you some
not
Sveiten
dead.
later on in the week.
Sure. Thanks very much. I'm going to pass it to Jason there.
All the best.
Thanks.
Já si nám klidně, prosím vás, ten velký takový, jak děláte ten velký nám. Jo, to stačí.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, you guys have been here, so it's welcome back to me. It's Jason Glatzer once again. I hope you enjoyed the amazing commentating while we were out by Fintan Gavin, the founder of the Irish Poker Festival and the Bratislava Poker Festival, which is a brand under the Irish Poker Festival. And Lucky Mo as well. It was his first time doing comms. I think we'll be seeing a lot more from him. I listened in to a little bit of it, and it sounds like it was amazing stuff, a lot of analysis. And George will be back with me soon, so you'll have the duo that we started the day out with, and we have about a little more than an hour of action remaining. It looks like we have a few new faces since I left, so I will have to learn a little bit. You guys maybe even know a little bit more about the new players than I do. But it does sound like they are chatty as ever, and I see at least that Patrik, the HAMMERCRUSHER Jaros in seat number 1, has been more or less in a seat or standing up near a seat playing hands, so that's very good. He organized a lot of this game, and he is quite the character. Very nice guy. Enjoys splashing in some tournaments occasionally for fun, but this is what his bread and butter is PLO cash games. And does love being on the stream, so it's no surprise he organized this. And it folds all the way around to the small blind, and Michael folds as well, so I come back in probably one of the most uninteresting hands that we've seen. But we do have a raise and a call, so it could get interesting to Patrik. Interesting here. Patrik was actually in the hand with the King 999, playing position, and it's a 7-Jack-6 flop. We do not know what Andre has, but this is a bold move by Patrik. I don't know if he'll be able to continue. He just has that 9 of clubs with the 3rd club coming out on the board. Andre maybe perhaps setting a trap if he did have the nut flush and Patrik just bet into him before. He's going to let Patrik bet into him again. And Andre snap calling, wasting no time, so he either likely has a flush or a set, maybe something else. This makes the flush less likely with the 4th club on the board. Patrik actually connects with his king, but I don't think that's going to be nearly enough. And George is hopping in here, and you just see what
have we
Patrik
got here?
opened up here with.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those hands that when you VPip at pre-flop, you realize that you've got to be barreling all streets to have a chance, right?
And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, using that 9 of clubs blocker.
And it's a nut-sized bet.
Yeah, and Andre here, if he has continued the turn, is going to be likely to have some kind of set or some kind of weak flush, I would imagine, most of the time. And could often sometimes be slow playing. Doesn't look like he's got the nuts actually based on his demeanor. Looks like he's in call or fold mode.
But it could be like Hollywooding, trying to like go. If it comes over the top, then we know exactly that's what it was.
Exactly, yeah, it's very possible that he has slow played. Maybe a hand like 2 pair with the nut flush would have been a good one to just call. Some kind of ace jack of clubs would have been a perfect one to allow your opponent to fire away. And he calls.
What a gentleman, Lucky Mo, bringing us some refreshment, some agua.
Wow, he calls with a set of queens.
Wow.
Wow, that's a hell of a call. Oh, with the king of no, the king of clubs is on the board, so he just calls with the bare set there, really soul reading his opponent.
I think that 4th club helped to make that call.
Definitely, especially with it being a high club as well, because his opponent was obviously repping a strong flush for the 3 streets. And yeah, Patrik been sent there to the gulags with the triple barrel and just been sniffed out there.
Lots of heart, and obviously Patrik and Andre have played lots of hands together before, so he knows that Patrik may have absolutely nothing as well, as you mentioned.
But also,
with nothing, you're triple barreling.
Also, as you say, with that king of clubs, it's just like the perfect card because you know your opponent is going to fire one with the bare ace of clubs. And as you can see, Patrik capable of actually being wider for bluffs than that by just having that 9 of clubs, kind of opening a bit of a silly hand and deciding that he's going to take it to all 3.
So I'm going to catch up a little bit with the chat. Apparently, thank you, Supernova, for telling me about the stand-up game. George was maybe already aware that they were doing a stand-up game. I did miss that. Payball wants to know the password. The password for the free roll is Bratislava with a capital B. There is a command and Nightbot that Giselle Bra just shared as well. So thank you for that for Giselle. Thank you also, Supernova. And welcome back, RFT Oxbrr. I'm assuming Brr for Brazil based on what I see after that, but hopefully you understand me as well. I do not know very much Portuguese, unfortunately. I do have a lot of Portuguese friends and some Brazilian friends as well. So Patrik is reloading.
Yeah, that's a big stack of high society coming out into the game. Not money scared, this man, as you can see, with the King 999 Rainbow Open and Blast. And looks like it's going to be back-to-back pots.
Looks like about 40,000 he bought in for.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe it's not that much, but
the pinks are 500 and the whites are 100 for the viewers at home.
Okay, so it's not that much actually. It's probably at 20.
Yeah, but fair chunk of change.
The last time I commentated a 50-50-100 stream here, there were people reloading for like 40, 50,000 just so they could have the table covered. But in this game, I don't think we've seen any player like pure double up, or at least lose like a big stack.
Yeah.
There may have been like a small stack double up, but nothing else.
Yeah, short stack double up. We just had seat 7. He got a double through Patrik. So Patrik's actually down quite a lot at this point. He's back in for 30K, but I think he must be down the full 20K buy-in that he came to the table with. Maybe that was a little bit of heat under the collar, influencing the King 999 blast to the moon in the previous hand that we saw, the big one.
I mean, I can understand if he was standing up and wanted to sit back down again, but other than that, it seemed like a very punty play.
It kind of just looked like he decided that he was going to run it and put someone under pressure, and that's what he did. And unfortunately, Andre was quick off the mark to sniff it out. So let's see what we've got here. A couple of draws. We've got Peter, who's got the queens with bottom 2 and a queen high flush draw. Pretty strong holding. Patrik in there with basically nothing, and Jan. Patrik?
Not Patrik.
No, Jan. Yeah, Jan's got the flush draw and a double gutty. Not going to be going anywhere. 3 of hearts on the turn. Action turn card. Jan improving, but he needs to find a deuce.
He needs a deuce of hearts, actually.
Yeah, or a 7 of hearts.
Both players have a flush now.
Exactly. Deuce or a 7 of hearts he needs, and it's going to go check on the turn. Queen, high flush, recognizing that multi-way to the flop. Not going to be strong enough to go for 3 streets, so wanting to allow some pot control. And definitely the green light to target worse hands now with the small sizing. Just the milky bet, looking to still potentially get calls from hands like 2-pair. Hands like King 10.
And look how happy Peter is, and it might not just be because he won almost a 7K pop-up, but he gets to sit back down in a seat, making everybody else jealous.
Yeah, it's a nice position to be in the stand-up game, and he knows as well, it was a really intelligent bet sizing on the river, because he knows that these small sizings, they're quite easy to fold to in the normal format, but in the stand-up game, if you feel like you have some equity, if they're potentially ever bluffing, then you have to call, right? Because you're getting 5-1 on the call, and then also the equity of being sat down first.
Yes.
Yeah, so like it was a really intelligent sizing. It shows a lot of awareness there from seat 3. Really impressive stuff. So Michael here in the hijack. Pretty loose open, ace 9-5 4 tri-suit, but to be expected. Stand-up game, got to be widening up the ranges a little bit. You got to be in there fighting, because if you wait for aces or wait to make the nuts, you're going to get rolled over in this format. You're going to see a lot more action over the next 10-15 minutes with the stand-up element, as to be expected. Andre,
I like the 3-bet.
yeah, lovely 3-bet. You know, if we're thinking about like a GTO, you'd probably want to peel this hand and 3-bet double suited. But in the stand-up game, it's a mandatory 3-bet for sure.
And quickly gets to sit down without even having to see a flop, so that's very rare in a stand-up game.
That is rare, but his opponent, you know, that's quite nice as well because your opponents are opening wider, so you actually have fold equity pre-flop, which in deep stack PLO cash games is quite rare.
Yeah, if he folded and he just opened, he would have had to see a flop for sure.
Yeah. So it's all looking up for seat 5. Andre, he's been the benefactor of a very aggressive line from Patrik. Won the next pot as well with a flush and takes that one down. So things going really well for him. Peter there is sat down. So less incentivized to be wild because he is going to expect lots of action behind. So you would see slightly tighter opening range from him and does indeed have the aces. Gets a look from Patrik in the big blind with the 8-8-6-4 flopping a weak flush draw and no real additional equity. Turns a 4.
A little bit of a taste there for Patrik.
A little bit of something. He's got some 2-pair draws now with a 6 or a trip draw with the 4.
And Peter with a flush draw now as well.
Yeah, I think Peter wants to be betting now.
Now for sure he should be betting with the deuce pairing up on the river. How many deuces does Patrik have? He has some, but because it's Patrik, but in general he shouldn't have any.
I thought Peter might go for the bet there, just trying to target some King X, some sort of pair plus gut shot type holdings, maybe better flush draws. And does find himself on the river and goes for the meaty pot size bet, nice and polarizing, trying to represent something. And Patrik now, it looks like he's check raising. Yeah, judged on Peter's reaction, it's
oh wow.
Yeah, it's a check raise.
It's a 3.4K.
Wow, this is a real spot. The thing that is beneficial for Peter here is he knows that he's not going to. Patrik shouldn't really expect him to bet the river that often because a lot of his King X and aces on a board that's relatively disconnected like this would have want to bet to protect against flush draws or get value. So yeah, he is going to make the call. A little bit of a smelly line and does indeed sniff it out. Patrik Patrik repping some kind of like kings with diamonds holding that's just gone for like the triple check sort of as a trap. But when he thinks about the hand really through, surely Patrik would have wanted to gain some value from these types of holdings and wouldn't be expecting so much to see a stab in the double check back line. So nicely done. Finds the call and definitely the player that you want to bet call against there, right?
For sure. If it's another player, you have to think about it a lot longer, and you're probably actually laying it down. And the other thing to point out about Patrik, that if he's going to be betting like his bluffs, he's going to be betting when he has it. So the fact that he didn't bet the flop and turn is a sure sign.
Yeah.
Like, of course, the deuce can improve him to trips, but is he going to be betting trips? Is he even going to be doing that with like a weak full house when your opponent has a lot of kings that could have been playing it that way?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Patrik really wants to sit down, it looks like.
Yeah,
he's getting involved here with the queen 8.
Kind of 100% VPIP territory.
It is a double suited hand. It's not the ugliest in the world, but
it would be a fine defend if you're closing the action, but with the third blind and the dynamic of the stand-up game where your opponent in the third blind is going to know how capped your cold calling range is, it just really incentivizes him to find a wide squeezing range here. And that's exactly what he's done. He does, in fact, have kings this time, which is clear value in the stand-up game dynamic.
But he did get Patrik out of the way. Pablo went, no, it doesn't look like Patrik.
Patrik's coming along for the ride,
okay.
Double suited, got a little bit of
low
middling connectivity, and the stand-up game. Queen 9-9, so Michael is ahead, but very, very precarious board for him. And Pavel is actually going to have a stab here with the pocket fours. I'm not a massive fan of the hand selection, but I'm a fan of this spot. It's very difficult to play against this multi-way stab in position to the out-of-position players. And Patrik does indeed fold top pair with the flush draw, so, which was kind of one of the best flops he can hope for with kind of a low middling hand like that.
See if Michael can sniff this out.
Yeah, Michael's going to go for a call. He's got a gut shot as well. The king is obviously gin. Wow,
oh.
What a card. What a card. And Pavel has an ace in his hand, so he may think that it's less often that Michael is going to have aces. And also less often he's going to have kings, because the king comes as a blocker to the improvements. So he's going to go for another stab.
And I'm wondering what Patrik is thinking, because he just folded a flush. We know that it's actually good that he folded the flush, but he might be kicking himself a little bit now. Not necessarily with all this action here. Now he's likely knows that players, especially if Michael calls, is beating his flush.
Well, we can see how wide Pavel is, so he would be... Pavel would essentially be drawing dead to a 9 or a 4 versus Patrik, but you do have Michael lurking in there, obviously with that king's full as mentioned. And now it's a question of what do we do, and I think the clear answer is to just call. You even have the straight flush blocked. And your opponent will for sure jam queens for value on the river. And potentially you allow him to have the bluffs in there as well. Does make the call. Love to see that. I think that's very much the play. Complete brick on the river. So let's see if Pavel is going to fire it through here. And at this point, he'd be targeting flushes to fold, because a lot of the check calling range on the flop is going to be kind of like over pairs with flush draws or, yeah, kings shown. And Michael is going to take that one down in the 14K pot. Pavel rolling over the complete airball. A 4 on the river would have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have certainly been interesting.
Wonder if he'd have value jammed that, targeting flushes. That would have been cool to see.
So Patrik sat down for some reason. Why is Patrik able to sit down? It's his game, I guess. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, maybe he's like paid his way to sit down, or maybe he's saying, look, I'm down so much, you just give me the seat, guys. Tough to translate the Czech when not only my Czech is non-existent, but my Slovak is basically the same. So no idea what he said, but it looks like he's managed to engineer. Oh, no, he's back on his feet.
There we go. Just took a little rest.
Yeah, pure guesswork from us. Lovely hand from Pavel, having just bluffed off a decent chunk of his stack. Gets to 3-bet the 10-9-8-7. Pure connectivity, double suited. It's kind of what you dream of.
And Peter waking up with the Rockets. That 8 and 2 don't really do very much, but you still, the 4-bet is still standard here.
But yeah, when you've got a guy that you can get to SPR1, which is what we're going to go to here with aces, you're absolutely over the moon to take that spot. If you are going to like SPR 5 plus, it can be a bit tricky with the weaker aces.
Happy days here for Pavel, flopping trips and much more with a nice draw to go on top of that.
Yeah, and Peter's just going to shove it in on the flop.
Let's see if they run it twice.
So what does he have here? He just needs an ace, basically, not even a backdoor flush draw. He does have a backdoor straight draw.
They could change the game quickly to PLO 8.
And that's a brick.
So a full house on the first board for Pavel.
Yep.
Another
and
full
on
house.
the second board, needs to fade the ace. Nicely done. Pavel
now ahead.
Cleaning up a 23.1k pot, and as we promised, action galore in this stand-up format. C8 has been very quiet. He hasn't been able to VPIP one hand, I believe, during this stand-up game. So now it's a three-way tussle.
Maybe he wants to just keep standing up.
Maybe
Maybe
he's comfortable.
Either, but
judging by that expensive-looking bag, I don't think the stand-up tax is going to be denting his pockets.
To když jdete ze smutné.
I wonder if they will continue this game off the stream. I imagine that they might over in the VIP room, because it looks like they're having a lot of fun. Obviously, a lot of money to be made too. It's more about the money than the fun, but if you can have fun while you're playing for a lot of money, more power to you.
Absolutely.
That's right, Nightbot. Tomorrow we will have some more PLO, but in a different format. It'll be the final table of the 2,500 euro buy-in Euro Omaha Championship. It has a 100,000 guarantee. It's been running already, so let's quickly take a look at how many entrants are in so far. Late registration is still open on that. Mystery Bounty, meanwhile, is down to just 5 players. There's a 13,200 euro top prize in that one that had 2 5K top bounties. One was already claimed. I'm not sure about the second one. But we need to hop back into the action because we have Pavel opening up with Ace, Jack, 4-3, double suited. But Jan, with the aces and some trays just in case, 3 bets. And Michael, what are you doing here? King, King, 4. A 4 bet.
Holy smokes, what is going on here?
Jan, just rip it in now, Jan.
This is like so out of line, this 4 bet. It's like, if I were to choose a combo that wants to 4 bet, this would probably be way down there.
Maybe there's a prop bet about winning a hand with trips, because I didn't understand before why Patrik did the same thing.
Could be. And Jan just over the moon here, double suited, double paired aces. Gets to put the 5 bet in.
Half his stack in the middle.
You see, like, he knows what he's doing, right? He sits down, he can smile all he wants. He's not giving away any information about it. His opponent very well knows that he's got aces at this point. So you don't need to sit there like the Hold'em guys, all stoic, you know, sat in the seat, like staring each other down for 15 minutes. It's glaringly obvious he's got the aces. Now the onus is on the other player. And Michael now
taking his time.
Yeah, he's been caught with his pants down a little bit, hasn't he? Bit of an interesting one. Finds a juicy 4-bet bluff. Less so much hand selection, more I'm the man. Here you go, have some of this. And faced with the 5-bet, all of a sudden wonders why he did that in the first place.
So well played there by Jan. Obviously, that hand played itself. I think that would have played that way by any player with ace-ace 3-3 on any table at any stakes. You want to try to get as much of your stack in as possible against an opponent where you could basically then just get it in on the flop.
Yeah, no need to slow play. You're just risking more variance. Pumping it up for the 5-bet, getting to SPR 0.5, and you know, if you beat at that point, you beat, and you got the money in good.
So meanwhile, the Euro Omaha Championship with the 2,500 euro buy-in already has 32 players.
Wow, that's a great turnout.
5 players already hit the rail, so there may have been some re-entries involved there. It's on break now. Late registration, I think, is going to be open until the following break, so this number will continue to grow with the stacks now getting a little bit shallower. It's still a 50 big blind. Oh, it's next level break. So right now they're in level 6. They have a 50 big blind average if they enter now.
That's fantastic.
So this number will grow, and we may even see some of the players playing now when the stream ends hopping into that rather than continuing to play 50-50 PLO.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of prestige with this trophy. There's a lot of honor. The money is nice too, but you can see the kind of money that they're playing for. That when Patrik's entering tournaments, he's playing them for fun, but he wants to win. You know.
Yep. It's all about the Hendon mob and, as you say, the prestige at that point, isn't it? It's, you know, building a bit of a name for yourself. And unfortunately, most of that is done through tournament poker, you know. Tournament players that are at the top of the game are much more widely known than the cash game guys. So it's very understandable for cash game guys to kind of dip into tournaments and, you know, try and get their name in the hat.
AKA Espen Jorstad is an amazing example of that.
Exactly. He was winning too much money on Unibet. He decided to jump into the tournaments and yeah, must have infinitely X'd his role.
But meanwhile, Michael turns a straight here. It's not the nut straight, which Jacob, who I haven't seen much of because he wasn't in an hour ago, has basically that blocked. He also has to worry about a flush draw, but the bet seems fairly standard.
Yeah, 2-pair with a gut shot. Going to be coming along for 1. Ace on the river kills his hand.
What do you think about Jacob's call there? He has no diamonds. He only had an overpair to the board, which does contain some straights that he's not, one straight that he's not blocking, and even the one.
Yeah, I would much prefer to check raise this hand actually to rep the Queen 10, and then you do still have emergency equity with the Jack or the 3 versus hands like 10-7. And even 10-7 bear, as you see Michael holding here, could have potentially considered folding. We did see him fold that second nut straight earlier in the multi-way spot. So I think the power play would have been to go with the check raise there with the queens, with some emergency outs, but just kind of calling and hoping for the best out of position. Not usually the recipe for success in PLO. Definitely want to be taking the bull by the horns and giving yourself chances with not only raw equity but fold equity as well, especially in a game this splashy with guys that aren't just betting the nuts in that spot. And we've seen actually seat 2 go for a lot of sort of rather thin or mergy turn barrels. Interesting stuff. May get an influx of people later looking for the free roll password. Yeah, that's for sure. But they're going to be too late. So guys that are with us right now, guys and girls, the free roll password is Bratislava with the capital B. We're going to be going off air at around 8 o'clock, I believe. And the free roll starts at 9. So there could be a lot of value from people, potentially latecomers, not tuning into the stream, not getting that password. Could be a nice juicy overlay for you guys there to get your hands on. So get over to Party Poker and get yourself in there, and you could be winning yourself a seat to the next stop at Malta. So 10-6-5, a rainbow, swing and a miss for both players. The 9 now giving straight draw to Pavel. And Michael with a gut shot to the Jack. Going to be hard to hit that one when his opponent does have 3 of them, that's for sure. Pavel now turning his hand into a bluff. He has all of the premium straight draws blocked. And he also has future blockers on any 8, 7, queen, or king to the nuts. Great play from Pavel there, picking up a small pot.
Analyzoval to teďka. Teda nedáš 3 barely jako Patrik. Takzvaná televizní hra.
So guys, it's been an absolute blast. I'm going to be leaving the stream right now. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of my good friend Jason Glatzer. So enjoy the rest of the action, guys, as we do see the combination of the stand-up game. Be interesting to see the battle between seat 1 and seat 8. I'll leave you with Jason. Thanks very much, Jason.
Well, thank you, George. It was a pleasure having you and listening to your analysis and learning. I learned a little bit myself during the stream. So thank you very much, and hope to see you later in the week. So Patrick's still standing up. He raises this time with a pretty hand, King, Queen, Jack, 8. Pretty much everybody else sitting down is folding, but Jacob waking up with the aces. He also at this point would like to take a seat, but even if he didn't, you would see a 3-bet here. He 3-bets Patrick, quickly gets out of the way. I'm not sure if he actually did fold there. I imagine he called because Patrick doesn't typically open and then fold to a single 3-bet. And 2 players are standing up, so it does look like he did indeed call. The graphics should catch up momentarily. But I'm not sure what quite happened there. But so he did maybe fold because he is sitting down, but he's also letting Patrick sit down. It looks like Patrick paid a little bit of a fine to sit down, so now all players can relax, play their normal games. It's amazing, even in a 50-50 PLO game, that just having a stand-up game changes the action. A lot of that is for the stream. You know, people, they know that they're on camera, they want to have a good time, they want their friends to see that they're having a good time. Ah, Dark Angel's here. Hello, Donna. Hope you are doing well on this lovely Thursday evening. Thank you for joining us. They're still having a good time. And as we said, we're not sure if this game will continue off stream. We have another like 30-40 minutes of this action, or whether some of these players will decide they don't want to play anymore because of that big 2,500 buy-in Omaha tournament that's running right now with late registration still open. So Michael, I don't think that, yeah, I don't know if that's a call, but Pavel comes in with a raise. Yeah, it was just a call by Michael Limp from under the gun. Both players with decent holdings. Michael with the double flush potential draw, and Pavel with 3 Broadway cards, but neither player connecting with the 6-10-10 flop. Pavel continuing with a half pot bet of 500, and that's enough to get Michael out of the way. So even small pots add up. Pavel more than happy to take it down there and not have to worry about whether he was going to stab at it on the turn and river, considering he didn't connect with the board either. Sorry to hear about the migraine, Donna. I hope it gets better soon. I know those can be hard to look at screens, hard to look at lights. So that makes it even more impressive that you have joined us. It looks like we have a bunch of mystery hands folding. Folds over to Pavel, who also has a mystery hand. And Pavel opened up, it looks like, for 300, 400. Jan 3-betting with the 10-10-7-7 from the button in position. And regardless of what Pavel might have, we expect a call here. He does call. And not the worst flop here for Jan, flopping middle set, but the Pavel, unfortunately for Jan, didn't hit any piece of that flop. But expect Jan with 2 clubs in that flop to definitely be betting. He was the 3-better. And Pavel quickly gets out of the way as expected. No point in playing fancy play with 8-7-6-5 on a queen 10 deuce board with no clubs in your hand.
Takže zatím jeden trip se realizovaný, jo? Dva nepovedený a jeden zrealizovaný. Mě to nestálo stek, ty vole, ale to se mě utěšilo.
And I like that we're 7-handed. I much prefer playing Omaha 6-7-handed, even 5-handed, than 8 or 9-handed. And for those of you that have just tuned in or were tuned in before but just got back, I am Jason Glatzer. We had a bunch of other people in the booth today. George Sanford just left the booth. He was with me for the first part of the stream. Fintan Gavin, the founder of the Irish Poker Festival, was also in the stream with Lucky Mo before George and I took over once again. And now it's just me, myself, and I, just Jason Glatzer, having a good time with you all. I do love high-action Omaha games, both as a fan of watching them and playing them myself. I do not play as high as George, and certainly don't play as high as these guys. I don't play 50-50 Omaha. But do love watching this type of action, especially with a majoritively strong lineup as we've shown today. Thank you, Supernova. Appreciate that. I've learned some Slovakian words just from the amount of time I've spent in Slovakia, but I can't follow any of the table talk, unfortunately. And Jan raising it up with the 10-10, 6-4 double suited. And Patrik just calling with it. Well, Patrik has a third king. This is the second time that we've seen Patrik call with high trips. I think it was trip kings last time. No, it was either trip kings or trip nines, but I think it was trip kings with a 4 last time. This time it's trip kings with a 10s. That box actually one of Jan's 10s. So potentially Patrik could get away with one here. Now Jan flopping bottom pair, gut shot, straight draw may think that his 10s right now are decent as well, being that there's 3 cards below a 10. Patrik, though, isn't in the worst shape with his trips. We can see the equity percentages are about 50-50. Jan is technically a favorite if we don't take into account Patrik's 10, but you know, when you're playing, you don't necessarily put a 10 in your opponent's hand, so it is a coin flip in reality, but otherwise it would be a little bit different if Patrik didn't have the 10. And Patrik trying to get some value or take it down. I think he would have bet bigger if he was trying to take it down. I think he was trying to build the pot, and Jan raising it up and putting Patrik into a tough spot. So even though Patrik is technically ahead at the moment, he only has a backdoor flush draw to improve to, and just having an overpair in Omaha is not usually that strong, especially facing a check raise. He would have to think that his opponent is bluffing in order to continue here, or have a plan if certain cards came on the turn or river. Hey, Sherry. What time is it in Atlanta, Sherry? It's 7:30 here, so it must be about 1:30 in the afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this amazing Thursday. We've had an amazing few hours on the stream today. Yesterday's stream was also incredible. It was a 5-10 Hold'em affair. And it was in the beginning, it was basically a lot of strong players, and then a couple of whales, not necessarily whales, but people that were players that were playing like whales is a better way to describe it. They were coming to gamble for sure, join the table, and that changed the dynamic completely. And it's interesting to see how just one player that's willing to gamble all the time can change the dynamic of a table, especially in a no-limit game. And if you're curious about the game, Sherry, this is in seat number 1, we have Patrik Jaros, also known as the HAMMERCRUSHER. He plays super high stakes Omaha, even higher than this. And he travels around Europe playing big games, but he's playing a bit in this area and in Czech Republic as well. And I met him back in January playing a WSOP circuit event where he was super deep, and he was just playing that tournament for fun. Looks like we have some mystery cards going on right now, so I can continue chatting along with you in the chat, because it's very difficult when we can't see exactly what is happening. I don't even know who Pavel is up against at the moment, but we do see Pavel there with the blue shirt. He is the owner of the casino and a very strong player in his own right. Okay, so now we do at least see the players. We see there's 950 in the pot, and we see that Michael is the other player in the hand. That's enough information for us. We don't always need to see the cards. And the board double pairs, checked on the flop, checked on the turn. And Pavel reaching out for some chips. It looks like nearly a pot-sized bet, maybe for 700. It was for 700, and Michael not snap calling, not snap folding. Looks like he's giving Pavel a little bit of a stare down there. Ah, now we see Michael with the absolute goods here. Flopping quad queens and even has the 9 to boot. Not that that matters. I mean, it does make it impossible for Pavel to also have quads, and that would just been a massive cooler that just checked through. It's a raise to 4K, and Pavel obviously was just trying to take down the pot, steal one away. Didn't work out this time. You can't really blame Pavel after it checked on the flop and checked on the turn, but did recognize that his opponent had a monster on the river, or just really had absolutely nothing in his hand and didn't have anything to think about. Yeah, quad queens is definitely a beautiful hand, and we saw quad kings get some value earlier in the stream. It's sometimes very difficult to get value for those hands unless your opponent has a full house, or if you have an opponent that is willing to bluff a bit. So it's nice to see both Sherry and Donna actually in the chat at the same time. The two of them were busy all summer with Twitter Spaces. I think it took over their life for a little bit of time. I listened in occasionally. I was being like a silent observer, just hearing what people were talking about, but I understood that if I engaged any further, if I started talking, that I'm never leaving. And that would have made my summer very difficult if I'm never leaving Twitter. But do enjoy that kind of stuff. I love when poker players and poker fans and those involved on whether directly in the industry or influencing the industry are having some nice detailed conversations about what's happening from their perspectives. As a journalist, because my daytime job is a poker journalist, it gives me some insight into how others are thinking. Because even though I'm a player too, I'm a bit jaded because I understand the industry side so well that the things that I might be thinking about aren't the same things that other players are thinking about. So it's always great to hear the perspective from other people. And great job with that, Sherry and Donna. I think now, I mean, Sherry was already known because she's a amateur. She could be a professional photographer. I love her photos. She takes amazing poker photos. So Sherry was a bit known in the U.S. Now Donna was known in Europe, but now I'm pretty sure Dark Angel is a household name to many in the United States as well. So we have about 25 minutes left of action, so I would almost expect to see something really fancy happen. Now I have no idea if that is the case. We are also on a 20-minute delay, and I'm on a different floor, so I really in a soundproof booth, so I have no access to that. But typically that happens a lot on live streams, especially if someone didn't win a big pot. They want to try to win one before the stream ends. We can all be immature at times, but it's kind of like a fine line between immature and having fun, and then being mature when we need to be. Never too old to be immature. As I get older and older, sometimes I feel like my personality continues to get younger and younger. Like I kind of maybe peaked at 30 and now getting involved in the poker industry well after that. It affords me that I can be myself. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to wear a suit every day. You know, it's that doesn't. The classifications of immaturity. I consider myself to be a mature person, but I can be very immature at times as well. I mean, if you put me together, Donna, with like someone like Kat, I'm going to be immature for hours at a time. But you know, it's all a matter of who I'm with, and if I can have some fun that night. I think you've seen both sides of me for sure. And those of you that want to meet Dark Angel, maybe she'll be in Malta. I'm likely to make my way out to Malta again this year as well for this. I was in Malta 3 times already this year. I absolutely love being there. I love working there. I love Portomaso, where the next Grand Prix, it's not, well, the Grand Prix is going to be there too, but it's the Party Poker Millions Malta, which also features a 1 million guaranteed 550 Grand Prix. So double the guarantee of what we have this week in Bratislava. Should be quite some nice values. So there's some early bird specials as well. And those of you watching in the stream have a unique chance to play day 1 online absolutely for free. Unfortunately not for Sherry because she's in the United States, but most of you I think are in countries where you can play at Party Poker. So just in an hour and 20 minutes or so, there's a free roll. You can find it in the lobby. And the password to that free roll is Bratislava with a capital B. The top 2 places in that free roll will win a €550 ticket to an online day 1. There's 3 online day 1s before the live portion begins. There'll be a whole host of day 1s also at Portomaso. But it gives you an amazing chance to get involved. And if you back up to day 2, head on over to Malta. But 120 spots pay in that free roll, tons of feeder tickets. And being that we're going to be off stream before it starts, you guys have the passwords. If you don't share it with anyone, that's more value for you. And there seems to be a lot of chips in the pot, but I don't know exactly what's happening. Maybe those aren't chips, but it looks like there are chips in front of the dealer on the left side there. I don't see a board. I don't see. Yes, there is a hand going on because Patrik folds, or Patrik actually bet out, and it looks like he got Michael to fold. That happens a lot more commonly, by the way, in PLO than it does in Hold'em. The technology is very good, but it's you know, it's basically for PLO. In order for the reader to read your hand, it typically has to read all 4 cards. If it reads like 2 of the cards or 3 of the cards, it may not show any of the cards for that player. And it's the same for Hold'em, but there's only 2 cards, so the chances of that happening are much smaller. And of course other things can happen as well, but the crew here does a fantastic job, so shout out to them. And a shout out to Card Casino in general. It's only my 2nd time here. I was here earlier in the year, also had a blast. Very professionally run, very spacious. An amazing poker manager Lasso as well. You can see the owner in the blue shirt standing up in C5. Can't say I've gotten to know him well, but he's a very nice gentleman. And at least we can have some, if we can't see some cards, we're getting some entertainment because he's back playing the stand-up game again. In addition to Malta, there's one other stop planned this year by Party Poker, and that will actually be in Dublin, also in association with the Irish Poker Festival, and that should be absolutely fantastic. And that starts on Halloween, October 31st. Right after the Malta Poker Festival, which was a party poker sponsored event a few years, last year actually. I need to share with you, Donna, my busy schedule at some point offline. But I will be going somewhere directly after this and then going home for a few days to spend time just chillaxing. And then taking my son to the USA. I'm doing it all wrong. I go to the USA in August, but I really want to spend time with family. And if I went in June and July, I would have been so tempted to fly out to Vegas, play some cash games, hop in maybe in a tournament or two. I haven't played a WSOP event in Vegas in 10 years. So it's about time to play one or two. My bankroll doesn't actually agree with that at the moment. But my bankroll would allow me to take shots in some of the bracelet events. I wouldn't be playing the dailies. I would rather play cash games at that point because there's a lot of mixed cash games going on in Vegas that we don't see as often, unfortunately, spread in Europe. There are hotbeds of it. I have played mixed games actually here at Card Casino and some Super Dealer's Choice fun games. But whenever there's a Super Dealer's Choice game going and I have some free time, I try to hop in. And then after USA, there's a few trips planned as well, including hopefully coming to Malta. I should rephrase that. I will be in Malta, but hopefully at the next party poker event. If I'm not here commentating with you guys, I may just come to play. It's so much value. I would need to qualify for the millions because that is above my bankroll, but I could fire a bullet or two into the Grand Prix. And now I can play it on the party poker again on the network anyway because I opened up OptiBet in Lithuania, which is a skin of the party poker network. They're all owned by Entain, the parent company. We had BWin streamer Alex in yesterday, and BWin is also part of the party poker family. I dread that day, Donna. There's so many chips in the pot. Now at least we could see the hand. We didn't see what the betting was, but we see there's a bunch of chips, probably about a 3K pot. Making everybody jealous that he's sitting down and they're not and still wins a pot while sitting down. Yeah, Donna, that's a tough spot. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's maybe different with Lucas as an only child. You know, I don't think he wants to go too far from home, but he should know that that I'm a nomadic spirit in Lithuania as long as I am, because I love it there, but also because I want Lucas to have some stability. So if he decides to go to school somewhere, we can move a little closer for that period of time as well. Yeah, Caitlin seems like a trooper. She seems like a mini you, not afraid to stand up for what's right. Very talented with her music as well, and seems like a very intelligent young lady. Andre, okay, so we have some cards again. Andre opening up the 400. Pavel 3-betting with this 10-10-6-4. Really, I guess, wanting to sit down. I mean, it is double suited. I wouldn't have minded a call, but a 3-bet is a bit ambitious there. But Michael likely will change this altogether. He's been sitting down while everybody else is standing up because he's won back-to-back hands, and he should be 4-betting here with his aces. I mean, if it was PLO 8, he'd be in like almost dreamland right now. But even in PLO, you have aces. You have loose players because they're standing up. Last time they stood up, everything was loose. You should never be thinking, well, Pavel likely has better aces than me with like a couple Broadway cards mixed in. Never be afraid to 4-bet there. And Pavel calling, interesting. He is in position. This is interesting though, because neither player flopped the flush, but I think if Michael checks, Pavel may try to rip on it, and then Mike has that ace of clubs, nut flush blocker. So if Pavel's betting big, Michael might be able to sniff this out. Now the other problem is that Michael aces is still ahead, but just having those aces isn't good. So I like Michael's play. He bets it out. Pavel folds. Happy days. And Pavel woke up with a hand that could have been very expensive for Michael, but instead he's up to nearly 28,000, and he leaves Pavel still standing up. Peaches, 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 peaches.
To jsem vyprávěl teďka v USA, jsem tě udělal.
Welcome, Raul. Thank you for joining us. I've seen Dark Angel ban people for less, Jerry, but it's peaches. So I mean, what can we do there, Donna? All we could do is sit back and watch.
Klasický high frequency quotes.
So even though players are standing up still, it does fold all the way around to Michael in the small blind, who just keeps winning hands. Does open to 450. Well, Jacob did call from the cutoff. No, we're not sure, but I think he did call from the cutoff, just limped. We do not know what he has, but it looks like both Peter called from the big blind, Jacob called from the cutoff for a 1.5K pot. Well, what we could do here is we could play along as if we're Michael, because we're kind of in the same spot as Michael. We know our cards, but we don't know what our opponents have other than they got involved. And now he's facing a 10-10-9 flop with 2 hearts, just that 7 of hearts in his hand. Even if he completes a straight with an 8, it's not very good. He should be a little bit concerned about those 10s. He might be good at the moment and should be happy to check the round. The Jack of clubs on the turn, and now we see Jacob's cards. I was about to say that Michael is maybe blocking a straight, and in a sense he is to some extent, but Jacob shows up with one anyway. Now the problem is that 10 paired up. And there's a lot of like 10-9s, 10 jacks in. But still, if Peter checks as well, I expect very often for Jacob to bet. But Peter leads out. I don't think Jacob is going anywhere, at least at this particular point in time. And I think Michael will finally lose a hand and makes the correct fold. Obviously, if a king comes on the river, maybe the fold wasn't correct. But for now, it was the correct fold. And the 7 of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, unless his opponent has pocket 7s, of course. Or like a 10-7 that they may have been afraid of before. It looks like, though, the players are putting their cards in the box Supernova. But if the reader isn't reading all 4, once again, it's not going to show the cards. But we know what Michael has. Well, Michael's out of the hand. We know there's a king-queen on a jack-10-10 x7 board. Well, now we see only some of the board, but we know there's 2 10s on the flop, 9 jack-7, and that the queen-king is likely good, but maybe there'll be a chop pot, maybe there'll be a full house. But it was another bet of 1,000 by Peter. Jacob making the call with the straight, and it looks like the straight was indeed good. So maybe there was like a 10x, or maybe just making a stab, but then I would expect that river bet at least to be a bit bigger. So we still have a few players standing up. It seems like Patrik stands up a lot during these stand-up games. Last time he kind of blew up his stack just trying to sit down. This time he's been a bit more disciplined.
A
I would go and make sure that we got that fixed now, but being that it's happened at the very tail end of the stream, we'll live with it. We have like a couple hands left. And here we can see the stack sizes. So even though we've had a lot of action, we haven't seen like a 10K stack go to 50 or a 20K stack go to 100, which means one thing: there's not been like these monster 6 setups, and for the most part there hasn't been like super fishy play. At times we've seen players play fishy, but I wouldn't call them fishy players, if that makes any sense.
Tak Pavle, jak se jí vestuje?
Okay, Michael calling a raise of 400 from the button with ace-10, 8-8. Normally the under the gun would have a very strong opening range, but Jan is standing up at the moment. So really, we've seen that just from the stand-up game, that ranges change. From what I've seen from Jan, he's been a fairly tight player though, so I'm still going to put him on a strong hand. It's king, queen, queen, jack. Indeed, it is very strong. And he does flop top pair. Also a 10 would give him a straight. The queen would give him obviously a set, but that could be a scare card even though he has the jack in his hand. But more than happy to see Michael betting into him, I'm pretty sure. And the 10 of clubs on the turn, so Jan gets his 10, improves to that straight, right now has the nuts. But Michael with that nut flush draw, is he gonna bet his flush draw, in which case, very often I would expect to see Jan check raising here. When you're out of position, especially the check raise can be an important tool in your arsenal. Let's see if Jan is thinking along the same lines or not. Michael betting a bit bigger. It was a 1,600 bet into 2,000. But he doesn't know that Jan has the nuts. If he did, he maybe would have bet a little bit smaller if he's looking to just juice up and steal away, hoping for that club on the river. I'm thinking about what he wants to do, but it looks like he's sizing up a raise here. It might just be, that is indeed a raise to 5.3K, so a pot size raise. And Michael now put into a tough spot. He doesn't have quite the equity to call, but stacks are deep. If he puts his opponent also on like a weaker flush draw, I don't know. This is why I didn't like Michael's bet, because now it's going to be a hard time for him to realize the equity he had with that flush draw. And no snap decision yet from Michael. He's probably figuring out, whether does my opponent have that queen jack or not. And does indeed call with this flush draw, so this pot is up to 12,600 euros with one more card to come. And the jack of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, but it may slow Jan down because an ace queen does beat him, no longer has the nuts on the board. However, how many ace queens is Michael calling with? Obviously, if he has that ace of clubs, there's quite many that he would, being that he just called with a much weaker hand. Yes, he did connect with his 10 on the turn, but that doesn't really make his hand that much stronger. Because even like another 10 on the river or an ace, it doesn't really matter. It's the club factor that mattered there. So I expect this to go check, check often, or it could go check, bet, fold. The check raise, though, should make it that Michael is realizing that there's no point in trying to take this away, and that's exactly what happens. A nice pot there. And I think very well played on the turn to earn that little bit of extra money. Unlike in Hold'em, in Omaha for the most part, you don't want to be slow playing too much. If you had Queen Jack and Hold'em, maybe very often he's check calling the turn. He may be even check raising then too, but it's there's more check calls than check raises than there are when you have that in Omaha. And I see Liz, I met her last night giving a much earned massage to one of the players there. And her partner in crime, Jade.
Yep.
That's a very good question, Kilmegel, and I'll find out before tomorrow's stream what the smallest blinds are at Party Poker. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to play at Party Poker for about 2 years when they left the Lithuanian market. But now they are back, so I'll find out in person soon enough. So Peter 3-bets at 1400 with the Ace, King, Jack 8 double suited. Beautiful hand, and Patrik with a beautiful hand as well with the Ace, King, Jack 9. His is actually double suited Patrik's. Peter's is not. And the 9, King, 8 flop. Both players checking, very interesting. And now Peter actually improving to a full house, so getting pretty much a 2-outer there. I can't think of really too much else that would have helped him. Neither player having hearts. Even though Patrik has top 2, I'm not sure how much value Peter will get here. He may get a turn bet through, but then if it's a turn and river bet, maybe not. And then again, he's facing off against, I would consider the loosest player at the table in Patrik. And Peter betting for 1500. And Patrik not snap responding, so maybe he will figure out how far behind he is. And he would also have to be concerned that a flush might be betting here too. That maybe wanted to see what would happen on the turn, hoping that their opponent would improve, but or had a lesser flush that they're more likely to call a turn bet than a flop bet with. But I think very often we would see most flushes betting the flop in position there. And Patrik sniffing it out, very disciplined there. I think that's a fairly easy fold for a lot of players, actually. But at this table, things can be a little bit different because Patrik's opponents are very intelligent as well and aware of how he plays on streams and aware of his image today as well.
Já jsem napůsoval.
So Patrik with the mystery hand this time around. Opening it up to 400 and Peter making the call with ace-5, a4. Let's play some PLO 8, change the game. Peter's hand is beautiful then, and Pavel's PLO 8 hand would be even nicer with the ace-jack-jack 2. Not so much in normal Omaha. And we don't know what Patrik has. Pavel's still standing up too, which is one of the reasons he stayed in the hand based on what we've seen before in the stand-up game. And we just have to assume Patrik didn't really have anything there. And this is an interesting turn card without even knowing what Patrik has, just because Pavel has the blockers to, let's say, any straight or the queen-jack straight, obviously not the baby straight, but he is betting it out as if he has that straight with that pair of jacks. And this should work out beautifully. Indeed it does. Well played there, Pavel. Pavel is much more than a casino over. He is a very aware Omaha player as well. Been very impressed the 2 times I've commentated him at the feature table. Because as we mentioned earlier in the stream, typically, you know, casino owners sometimes want to have a little bit of fun playing the stream, but they're not really working on their games at all. They're just having fun. Maybe they will get lucky. And, you know, when I look at somebody like Leon 6-7 years ago, I mean, no offense to Leon, and I think he would agree with me on this as well. He wasn't a very good player 6-7 years ago, but now, when Leon is in these lineups at the TV table, he's above average of those lineups that are currently in existence in many cases, especially if there are other casino owners involved. I think if we had a game, and this would be very interesting to see actually, where we get casino owners from around the globe that love to still play poker playing in a game, I think guys like Leon and Pavel would be leading the way. Sorry, Leon, but you're not included in that list. Or I meant sorry to Rob. Rob Young also loves to play, but he's also gotten better, but I would put Leon and Pavel on a different level than Rob. And I'm staring half like as if I'm not even talking to you guys. I'm talking to the Slovakian commentator that has joined me. Maybe you want to join me in the booth for a hand. So we're going to see how Slovakian commentators do in English. Here we go.
Hey guys, my name is Sebastian. Currently I'm the Slovak stream with my other friend JJ. I'm trying to be a professional poker player. I've been playing it for a couple of years. My main expertise is 5-card and 4-card tournaments, so it's a little bit of a gray area for me, but I'm trying to do my best. So let's get into it.
We don't have that many more hands left, but we can do hopefully 1 or 2 more hands. I mean, I think the stream is ending either 8 o'clock real time or...
I was told it's going to be until 9.
Until 9, so they added a little bit of time, so that's great. The game has been good. I'm more than happy to stick around as long as we are live.
I'm not sure if you're aware they're playing the Trips game and the stand-up game.
I'm aware of the stand-up game. What is the other game?
The other game is the Trips game, and whoever wins with Trips in his hand, in his holdings, gets 500 from every other player. So that's why we saw the bluff with Patrik on seat 1 with King 999 for the 3-street bluff, and then Pavel while stepping with 3 jacks and a 7 and getting 500 from each player.
That explains a lot, because we were questioning Patrik's play quite a lot, not understanding. We saw that it was like a stand-up game, but we didn't understand what was going on with these trip bets, and this explains everything.
Now they have 2 games going on. It's quite entertaining. All these players know each other. You can tell by the loose atmosphere on the table. It's quite fun to watch and also understand.
And you can actually understand what they're talking about, unlike me. I have no idea.
I understand everything, and the energy is very nice. I believe they all play against each other quite regularly, so there is some, they adjust their plays against each other quite a bit, so it's quite fun to watch.
So we have Jan here betting with a king high flush draw, and Andre with the 10 high flush draw, and it is a paired board with the queen.
So flush is usually good.
And Andre making the call, only to get the bad news here. And Jan, I believe now has the biggest stack at the table, nearly 35,000.
Yeah, he was onto a rough start, but made up for it pretty nicely. Having the aces on ace-jack-jack against Patrik's ace-jack was the start, and then he just kept on rolling.
And have you played personally against any of the people at the table? I know that you're not playing 50-50 PLO, but sometimes high-stakes players do enjoy some low-stakes games for the banter.
I played some tournaments in here. I played with Pavel, I believe. Maybe I played a little bit with Patrik, and with the guy in the C3. So whenever there is a 1K or higher PLO running at Card Casino tournament, they sometimes just hop in for a quick spin, and it's always quite fun. There's one player that I played with a bit more. His name is Bookshaw, but he was supposed to arrive, but he didn't show up yet, so I'm not sure what's going there entirely.
We had a player that was supposed to come too that didn't show up, that even was trying to confirm and then not showing. It's It's how it goes sometimes, especially in these high-stakes games.
We had a friend that's a German professional, but he was supposed to come, but now I'm not so sure because everybody is speaking Slovak or Czech, so I guess they didn't want to break up the dynamic.
That makes sense. That might be because my friend was a German guy, so he's not going to be happy if they. What's that?
Was that
Manuel? Yeah, it's George's friend, and he's not going to be very happy if he came and they didn't let him play because we already confirmed that he can play.
Here and
Yeah.
having a comfort seat and then not being able to play.
But that's what happens when you have a hosted game and it's hosted by Patrik Jaros. And we have a very interesting hand here. So we have Jacob with a set of jacks, Jan with top 2 and has that Broadway draw. And no possible flushes, and now Jacob knows that he is most likely miles ahead of Jan. Obviously, he's behind aces and kings, even pocket 2s, but that's it.
I think it can get a bit interesting if Jan might be opting for a cheeky check raise. It's a good hand for it. He has the king of spades, ace king also. But also I think Jakob has been playing quite tight, so he goes just for the call.
I think a call is good. You don't need to necessarily turn that kind of hand into a bluff because you're going to get quite a lot.
Yeah.
Especially without any 10s in your hand. I mean, he does have the queen, but the queen 10 is still calling there. Probably any deuce is calling there, but how many deuces is he going to have in his hand? Probably not a lot.
Not that many.
Your ace king is really just a bluff capture at that point in time.
Also the queen and the king of spades, it's a nice hand. I mean, it's one of the best ones you can be calling with, besides having a main hand. So.
But if you turn it into a check raise, I don't think you're getting anything better than you to fold. I'm trying to think of what hands that are better than top 2 are going to fold there.
Well, yeah, it's a bit tricky because sometimes players represent in a different way. While, like for example, I'm not sure how much he would bet with ace deuce, which is the bottom house, and if he opts in, like that's a hand you might be able to fold.
Maybe an ace deuce, yeah. But I don't know how many deuces he has, you know, as I mentioned. But it is impossible, especially in a TV table game where players will show up with more deuces than in a 50-50 game that's not on a TV table. Then again, I've seen some 50-50 private games in my day that, or even higher stakes that I haven't been involved with, but that I've been at, you know, with another game running at the same time that play looser than the smaller stakes game I'm playing at another table.
Yeah, the private games tend to get wild.
That dates back many years, so I haven't been at a private game probably in 6 years.
It's quite some time.
I prefer to play at a casino these days, you know, it's or online at home, you know, it's those are the two.
Online is the way for me.
I have some amateur friends that I need to play bad, and we just play for like small money, but then I throw all the thought process out the window and just have some fun and drink as much as possible, you know, make it a fun night.
That's why I don't really like playing with friends because, I mean, I play so much of poker, and then when I actually want to have some time off, I would just rather not play.
I love it so much, though, and I don't play nearly as much as you do, unfortunately, because I'm on the road so much. I'm also, as you know, a live reporter. That's my, let's say, bread and butter. I do prefer doing commentating, but there's a lot of people that can do commentating. Not a lot of people that can do what I do with a pen.
I don't think I'm doing that good. I'm just trying to stay afloat in commentating. It's my first time today. Yeah, I'm trying to do my best.
The key is to be yourself, have some fun.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be
engage with the chat. I don't know if you have chat in Slovakian or if they're a little quieter.
YouTube and Facebook, but unfortunately nobody said anything yet.
Oh, come on, Slovakian poker community. Give some love to JJ and Sebastian. They're doing fantastic over on the Slovakian stream on the Card Casino website.
I gave some encouragement, but nothing came through, so you're welcome over there, but it's in Slovak, so... Well, guys, it was nice having you around for a bit.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and come back anytime.
Okay.
Even if you're not coming in the booth for the fresh air.
Okay, I might show up, guys. Be ready.
That was Sebastian, and you can hear a little bit more from him, but not in English if you wanted to on the Card Casino Facebook and YouTube. They broadcast quite many cash games, actually. I've tuned in the past, usually with some music on in the background. Being a commentator, I don't always need to listen to other commentators, although I do learn from other commentators. So when it is in English, I typically do have the audio on. But when it's not in English, I can still watch it and follow along what's happening. So those of you just tuning in, if you want to play in tonight's free roll, it starts in 47 minutes at Party Poker. Absolutely free to enter. The password is Bratislava with a capital B. Do not share that with on social media, not unless you want to lose value. Considering this pays out 120 prizes, the top 2 prizes will get something super special. They will be able to play already in the next Grand Prix over in Malta with a 1 million guaranteed prize pool. And they can play day 1 from the comfort of their own home before heading out to Malta for day 2. I love these like hybrid events, and I'm hoping we see some more. I don't want every event to be a hybrid event, so let's make that clear. But I like having, let's say, 10, 20, 50% of events that are around the world be hybrid events. It adds a new dynamic, and it also brings people to casinos that never had the opportunity to see how social, how fun, and even how profitable live poker can be. Like typically, let's say a 550 live tournament is going to be softer than a lot of, let's say, 55 buy-ins online. The same holds true for a lot of cash games. A 2-2 Omaha cash game is going to be easier than, let's say, a 50-cent $1 online cash game at most websites anyway. Unfortunately, Homelander, Party Poker is not available in Slovakia, where we are hosting this event at the luxurious Card Casino Bratislava. So I apologize that you weren't able to get in on the value. I can't get in on the value either. As this is strictly for players at Party Poker, so the other skins such as like B1 and OptiBet, the free roll is not for them, it's only for Party Poker players. So we had a raise pre-flop, and it's checked all the way through to the river here. 2 pair over for Andre, has the check mark, expected to check through on the river as well. Indeed it does. I wouldn't have been shocked to see Patrik try to take it away, but it wasn't really a big enough pot to really have to do anything fancy with.
My jsme si to říkali, proč pořád hrajete ty trojky, no. Já jsem to říkal, že to vypadá na to neopravidlo.
Homelander, I don't have any news. I do know 1 or 2 people that do the regulatory stuff, but it's a bit tricky. Each market is so specific, and I do know a lot about different markets and their laws, but I can't say I'm fully up to date on the Slovakian regulations. And one thing that I love about Party Poker is they are probably the most compliant major online organization that's out there. If they think that they may run into problems, they leave the market or find a more legal way to do it. But we have George back. So welcome back, George. Hope you enjoyed your snack.
Yeah, I got some nice grub at the bar. The restaurant upstairs, which was delicious. So looking forward to getting back into Some tasty PLO action. How's it been since I've been away?
It's been good, and we learned one thing. Sebastian came in for about 5 minutes and joined us. So we can give some love over to the Slovakian stream as well. They're doing a good job as well.
Lovely.
And I'm glad we had him, because the reason that Patrik and another player were playing trips is they had a second side game with the trips. And if you win a hand with trips, everybody has to give you 500 euro.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. And also the 4-bet from the guy next to him. Was it Michael?
I think it was Michael.
Yeah, king, 4. That makes a bit more sense now.
Yeah, Homelander, I don't agree with the regulations, but on the other hand, if you're not following the regulations, you can get in massive trouble, get massive fines, and it could have longer-term ramifications. So it's better to play it safe than sorry. Of course, you can gloss over that, but the U.S. market is a very prime example of that, like with Poker Stars, like for example, I don't mean to throw them under the bus because they're also a great organization, but unlike Party Poker, they stayed in the U.S. market for a bit longer than they should have.
Yeah.
And then they got punished for it, to some degree when regulation did take place in a variety of states. Poker Stars was locked out of Nevada, where they wanted to be. It took them a very long time to get a New Jersey license.
Yep.
Now it's a bit easier for them because they've been, better, I would
Making
say.
amends.
Yeah. They're still in some markets that they probably shouldn't be, but let's leave it at that.
Yep.
Party Poker is a completely different breed, and it didn't have to be stars that I pointed out. They're actually fairly compliant comparatively to a lot of other sites I can name.
Yeah.
But in terms of party, I can't think of a country that they're in that they shouldn't be in.
No,
Even
exactly.
in Lithuania, they left the market, but then OptiBet is fully licensed in Lithuania. They own the OptiBet brand, so now we have poker.
So interesting turn card. Now Michael has 3-bet pre, I would imagine. Or has he led the flop? So Jakob with the 7 deuce and the flush draw on the flop is going to be able to shake it down and win with the 7 deuce. Takes down a 3k pot. Looks like Michael just defended the ace queen queen 4 from the big blind. Could be a 3-bet candidate, but coming and going in gears in this game.
He wasn't standing up, that was the problem.
Yeah. That's a big thing, isn't it? It's a big swing for the guys, whether they're standing up or not, and it looks like the stand-up game is back in full force.
During the last one, Michael won the first 2 or 3 hands, actually.
Oh, wow. Do you know how much they're playing for? Is it 500 as well? Or 1K?
I think something like that.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, because I haven't seen like a big pile of chips. I mean, it's a lot of money in real money, but in terms of like it's one.
In terms of big blinds, it's like
second blind.
Yeah, with the 3 blind structure, it's 5 blinds, which still adds up.
Yeah, but it's like 2.5 M.
And so
I don't know if M exists in a cash game world, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but 3.5k to be paid out if you do lose the stand-up game by the looks of things.
Kevin is in the chat. Welcome, Kevin. Hope all is well. It sounds like there may not be something that is great, very weird stuff, but that's you. We're supposed to be letting him out tomorrow. So I'm not sure I fully follow because I've been kind of away from social media for a little while outside of making a few posts here and there. I found myself on the phone checking everything way too often.
Yeah.
So I took a small break. I do that every few months or so and then come back.
Homeless Grinder saying, take a seat, Georgie boy. I would love to, but unfortunately the politics of getting into these games is way above my pay grade.
And it wouldn't be right either if George has been
commentating.
It's different in like a 2-2 game, but I think the players would be happy if they knew that you were sitting down.
Yeah, I could see exactly what they're doing, what their kind of approach to this format is, both in the stand-up and the conventional sense of PLO.
However, it's much different later when they're not on the stream, then it's
Yeah.
all fair game.
It is fair game. And Nerd King Razor saying different breed, but PLO is dead on the party network. I don't think it's completely dead. I've played some 1-2 PLO Zoom on there that gets a little bit of traffic, but in terms of the higher stakes regular tables It's difficult to get the traffic on there, but I think good things are coming from Party Poker. You see them emerging back into the live scene, and I think big things are coming from,
I hope
from
so
some of the
too.
conversations I've had. Yeah,
it looks like things are on the up and up.
absolutely. So keep your eyes peeled for future stops. Malta coming up next.
Malta next, end of September, beginning of October.
Yep.
As we already mentioned, in 38 minutes you'll be able to play a free roll. Maybe we'll see you in Malta.
Yeah, 2 seats available, guys.
Password is Bratislava with a capital B. I'm so sorry to hear about that, Kevin.
That's the gin turn for Calendar with the 8-5, drilling the middle pin, and 8-5 with the redraw. Looking pretty tasty. Unless Patrick's got some kind of flush draw or a 10-8-9, then he's going to be able to take this pot down. Already 4K in there, so going to be looking to protect versus hands like sets and flush draws. And yeah, just pots it. I think that's the way to go. And,
that's a new player as well. Do you know him?
I've seen this guy around, but I can't say I would be able to offer any insight on his playing style. Not going to be able to learn much from him potting the nuts multi-way there, so let's keep our eyes peeled on seat 4, Calendar. Filling out those shirt sleeves quite nicely, I may say.
Yes, yes. Everybody's saying I lost a lot of weight, but now I'm so skinny that I need to like actually go to the gym and
hit a bit of weight.
A lot of shirt there, yeah.
Yeah, tough to find the time in the poker lifestyle, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Kev, hopefully you have another 5 to 10 years with Pops. 92 is a nice age, but it's always sad when your father is not feeling well. My dad is in his late 80s now, so kind of like a similar spot.
Yeah, my granddad in the late 80s as well. It's an uncomfortable position to be in, you know, when you're worrying about the what the future might bring. That's for sure. So sorry to hear that, Kev. Keep your head up and stay positive. I'm sure what we're meant to be will be, you know.
But he is coming home soon, it sounds like. So hopefully they can enjoy some quality time together.
Yep.
So we don't know what the action is, but at least we know some of the hands. And we can see Andre has that top set.
Yeah, trips, and then Peter is having the mystery hand in seat 3. Well, he's walking away from the table, so can't be too interested unless he's playing an extremely good Hollywood game. And yeah, just going to take it down is Andre, and taking a seat at the table. 14.2K. He was winning all the pots earlier, so he might have taken a bit of a hit. Is that right?
Yeah, there were some big hands while you were gone.
Okay.
Primarily because of this extra games that they're playing.
Yeah, a game of stand-up. So for you guys that are just tuning in and maybe aware or unaware of the stand-up game, it often incites much more action because people are, you know, frantically jousting to take their seat at the table and avoid having to pay the 5 big blind penalty to the rest of the players. 5 big blinds in, you know, your local 2-2 game may not be too much of a stretch in terms of euro value, but in this game it's 3.5K. So, you know, a lot of money being sent around if you're not willing to win a hand before your other 7 opponents. And so you will see some pretty loosey-goosey action, lots more aggression, lots more fighting for the small pots that you may see more cautious approach in the conventional style of PLO.
And when you combine that with the trips game they're playing, if you have trips in your hand and you win it, everybody gives you 500 euro.
Yeah, it becomes bananas quite quickly, which is exactly what we want to commentate on and what you guys, I'm sure, at home want to see as well.
I did enjoy like the quality poker, though, that we had in the first hour that we were doing it. We saw some great play from all the players, and that's also interesting to watch how great players battle against each other at such large stakes.
Yeah, so
both ways.
And this is a classic example. You see this Jack-Jack 10-5 rainbow, conventionally not going to be an open from the cutoff in a 3-blind game, just too weak without the suit. Maybe if the 5 was a 9 and you had a bit more connectivity, it would be opened in the conventional PLO. But in this game, just going to be getting in the mix
And look what Andre's cold calling a 3-bet with there.
Yeah, pretty loosey-goosey stuff. Decent high-low hand. Not so sure about this because the action is still open for Michael potentially to realize that Andre's not going to have so much of a holding here. So it does sort of introduce quite an advantageous 4-bet spot. And let's see what Peter's up to. We haven't seen much of his cards, actually. Is that some kind of tactical maneuver from him?
It doesn't look like it because we had about 5 hands in a row at one point.
Okay.
We weren't seeing any players' cards, and we had one card. You know, we've had a few hands where we haven't seen boards. So I think it's more of like they maybe need to change the deck.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to bring it up technically because I thought we were ending now, but it turns out that we're going to end in about 30 minutes. But it's still, it's worth bringing up for tomorrow's stream.
Yeah.
Change maybe the deck a little bit more often, or retest some of the slots. It happens. You know even better than I do what goes into making a live stream.
Yeah, it's
and
tough.
The fact that it's running so smooth, we're always going to have like small things here and there, and it's not really that big of a deal to have a mystery hand. In fact, it's fun because we don't know what Peter is up to. You know, a lot of players are, let's say, 3-betting only their aces, but not at this table. And
Nope.
we see an ace on the flop and an ace in Andre's hand, so it's likely not that. But Peter's all in here.
Yeah, Andre kind of, this proves why this hand isn't so optimal as a cold call. Because, wow, just absolutely drills the backdoor straight for the nuts as well.
But it looks like they're running it twice.
You got aces, Peter, over there?
So
Wow, oh, that's a backdoor flush as well, right?
Oh, wow. But what does Peter have? Did he have those aces?
Looks like a point on that card on the left, so that might be the ace of clubs. Not sure what he's got with it, but it's going to be sick to his stomach seeing both of those run-outs. A backdoor flush and the backdoor nut straight.
He's probably happy that he didn't have a little bit more in his stack.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if he had something like a set of queens or if he had the 2 remaining aces. But I could see him just, you know, in this kind of game where players are standing up against a short stack player, that even something like ace-queen is going to call there too.
Yeah.
Asif. So Asif was in actually the commentating booth. He just got to Bratislava last night at midnight.
Yep.
He won a package at Party Poker. He made a post on Facebook as I was coming out where I thought he already won the package, so I maybe misread, and I was looking forward to seeing Asif. And it turned out that he was still battling it out, and then about 20 minutes later, he did win his way over here.
Lovely.
The Poker Tourist, for those of you that don't know, you can follow him on Facebook. He's quite entertaining, always has some amazing photos about some of the vibe going on.
Yeah, a good ambassador for the Satellite Dream, which is absolutely in play on Party Poker. You can get yourself into steps and phases for bigger buy-ins, and you can win yourself in there for just a couple of dollars to get yourself into a live 550 buy-in. That's what Asif did, and you guys should check that out over at Party Poker. So 9-7 deuce. Not really anyone smashing that flop. Jakob has the top pair with the backdoor flush draw. Some kind of weak backdoor straight draw going on there as well. Patrik, swing and a miss from him. And as usual, not really connected. Yeah, but Peter is going to fire here with the queens, with the heart blocker, and gets 2 folds. So
Easy
nicely
peasy.
done. Yeah, I like that. He blocks some strong hands like 7-7, 9-7, also blocks some of the stronger flush draws. So a good one to stab there, and wins his seat back down at the table, and he's going to have to worry less about paying out the 3.5K for remaining contestants. Let's see who's going to be throwing a couple of those pink chips around worth 500 each. The whites are 100, and I believe the greens are 25.
I'm curious how it works with Pavel. I don't think he was here at the start of the stand-up game, so I think it's okay. But if you leave, I guess, in the middle of the stand-up game, that's your loss.
Yeah, yeah, that's on you. I don't think he's going to be short for the payout, but
no, but I don't think he has to do it because he wasn't here when
they didn't start. Okay.
So then it wouldn't really be fair. I'm trying to think while watching this if I know of another player that wins more satellites online to live events on a regular basis than Asif, and really nobody is coming to mind.
No, I've never actually met him in the flesh, but I've seen his social media presence, and I've seen that he is just a great ambassador for the game.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
and
He
that's
truly loves
exactly what
poker.
it is. Yeah,
He does a lot, gives a lot.
and that's what it's all about, right?
Always happy to talk to anyone. I always enjoy my conversations with Asif.
Yeah, he encapsulates the beauty of poker. You know, it's a very social and globe-trotting game. If you approach it in that way, you can get yourself in for cheap online, get your satellites in, and you know, win your way onto the big stage here at one of the stream games. We will be streaming much more tournament action over the next couple of days.
Yes.
You're going to be doing the main event, right? That's going to be interesting. 500K.
Yes, that will be very interesting. I'm not sure who the guests will be for that, but I really hope that we work it out that you'll be coming back tomorrow.
I'd love to, yeah.
So we'll have a little powwow after we're done, but if you're available, I'm pretty sure that the Party Poker crew would love to have you back as well. Your analysis is top notch.
Thank you,
and
sir.
even though I can follow Cash Game, and even though I final tabled like a 7,000 person at a website that I was allowed to play at, a game when my first Omaha online tournament in 5 years, I don't understand Omaha ICM.
Oh wow, yeah. It's a completely different beast to even Hold'em, and we will dive into that for you eagle-eyed viewers tomorrow, I'm sure. Interesting flop here for Jakob. He's got a really strong club blocker, and the nut straight blockers as well would be a good one to potentially consider leading. Does realize the utility of this hand as a bet on the turn, and his opponent simply can't do anything with just ace high, so takes it down there with a nice bluff. And
Landers asking why they're standing, but we just explained that they're playing a stand-up game, and basically what that means is when you win a hand, you can sit down, and the last player to sit down has to pay everyone 5 big blinds, in this case 500 euros, in order to sit down.
Yeah.
And then I think they're doing it based on a dealer change or when the waitress comes. I don't know exactly the timing. It could be every certain number of minutes. We'll try to make sure that for the rest of the week that when these things happen, although this is the last cash game we're streaming, so they're not going to be doing these things in tournaments, that we're more aware of the rules, but typically that's what we've seen happening. And on top of that, they have a trips game as well, where if you have trips in your hand and you win it, every player ships you over 500 euro.
Yeah.
But the stand-up game can be a lot more expensive.
Yeah. And a lot more fun when in an aggressive dynamic you pick up double-suited aces. And should be seeing some action here. Peter's going to be defending here with the 10-10-9-8. A bit too weak to 3-bet, but definitely...
He's sitting down.
Yeah, but he, you know, Patrik standing there, his VPIP has been near 100% level in some spots. So let's see what we've got. King 9-3, not the ideal board for Jan. He's got a backdoor flush draw, but he doesn't really have any decent interaction with stronger hands on this flop, so does elect to check back and drills a lovely turn, giving him both straight draw and flush draws. Peter now may think that there is a green light to start representing some of the hands that Jan simply doesn't have very often. Hands like kings, hands like nines, hands like king 5, king 9. And Jan is going to go for the delayed bet and takes it down with a 1k stab.
It seemed fairly standard.
Pretty standard stuff. Yeah, the problem when you have a pair in your hand there, when you want to start bluffing on the turn, you just kind of decrease your equity versus the imposition continue. Often on a board like that, where it's quite disconnected, you'd see a lot of the air c-bet. So when you see someone check back, they're going to often have quite a strong or stronger than average hand that will be able to call a turn stab. So Peter has actually been really impressed with his play. Looks like one of the stronger players on the table, from my opinion, understanding that very well, despite having some kind of interaction with the future blockers for the straight and also the club and the middle pair blocker as well. So just showing some discipline there.
Patrick's still in jeopardy of losing yet another stand-up game. And folding. And Michael can fold as well. It's like Michael has position in the stand-up game. There's no pressure on Michael when Patrick has already folded a hand.
Yeah.
And just taking away the blinds.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that in a while.
No, we haven't. Especially with two guys there anxiously waiting for their fate.
A si říkám, že vlastně dvoje nepotřebuju od toho bytu, tak jedny tady můžu odložit. Tak jsem je odložil, jdu si dvakrát, vrátím se nahoru, drkám tam klíč od jiného bytu. Ve 2 ráno.
We may actually be seeing some of these players tomorrow because I imagine at least some will try to late enter the 2500 Omaha tournament with that 100,000 guarantee. I'm going to do a quick check to see how many players are in that so far. We saw there were 32 earlier, so it's well on the way of smashing the guarantee to become one of the biggest Omaha tournaments in Europe.
Yep.
According to George, they regularly run big
Yeah,
ones, but I don't
nothing
think
of this
with
ilk though.
Close to 40 players already.
Yeah, 100k guarantee for Omaha is very ambitious, and it just shows you the intentions of party poker spanning the European presence.
I think it'll meet its guarantee. It has 36 players now. There's, I think, 3 levels of late reg open. If we could see on here when the next break will be. No, it's 22.
No chance that misses that overlays for sure, because a lot of these guys will jump straight in as well. We're going to be finishing fairly shortly, and the natural progression for many of these guys with the deeper pockets is to go and give themselves a last-minute flick into the 2K.
And late reg is open till 10 o'clock, so quite some time left yet.
Quite some time, exactly. And these guys, that's not a big tournament for them. They're going to be playing for much bigger sums, as you can see with the amount of money in play here. Often sitting 20k plus deep.
Unshook One is asking if you're jumping in, George. Well, then I don't think George would be able to do commentating tomorrow, but maybe he would jump in.
That would have my hands tied. Unfortunately not. Taking a little bit of a break from live poker whilst I sort out some of the personal stuff that I've been dealing with, and but very happy to jump into the comms and provide you guys with a little bit of insight, hopefully.
It's been a while since we've done like this long comms. I jumped in a couple times with you as a guest for like 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there when I'm doing other work like reporting or something, and I have a little bit of time, but it's probably been 5 or 6 years when
Do you think?
we're both starting out.
Wow,
I think.
yeah, it must have been, yeah. Wow, that's quite some time.
But I do enjoy having you in the booth, and in a way I can actually take a step back. I'm used to we're both used to leading the commentating.
We had a little bit of friction in the past with that, didn't we?
Yeah, that's what we had because we're both starting out, but in this case it makes a lot more sense for you to lead the way to discuss the hands, because even though I'm not, let's say, terrible at Omaha, I at least have a fairly okay understanding of it. I'm not the expert that you are. It's
yeah, that's what 16 hours a day sat playing at home gets you. You know, for better or for worse.
Does Kalinda know about the trips game?
Maybe. Looks like he is interested. Look, that's a couple of juicy pinks being thrust into play, and he's going to be 3-betting, and he's lucky now to see Patrick's not got much of a hand. So if he finds a way to not connect with the ace-king 4-3, then Kalinda is going to be taking some nice bounties here.
We could see some leveling too, because Kalinda is playing for that trip bounty where Patrick just wants to sit down and not have to pay everybody money.
Yeah, we've got bounty on bounty action here. It's going to be quite frantic. Let's see if we can get some kind of interesting flop, maybe like a king high flop with 2 diamonds. King, jack, maybe like queen 8-2 with, no, we need king X, don't we? Oh, that's interesting. Got the flush draw for Kalinda, and Patrick has a pair with a gut shot.
Kalinda's actually miles ahead here because his 10s are also still actually good. We saw a similar spot with trip kings as well, actually winding up being okay.
Yeah, and Patrik does unfortunately have to fold. There we go.
So not only does Patrik have to stand up, he also has to pay 500 euro, as does everybody else at the table besides Pavel, because he wasn't in the hand.
It's interesting because I picked up on a little bit of their Czech there. I just spent a month in Prague, and there these guys would say this phrase "Tivola," and it means, it's kind of loosely translated as "you bull," but it's like but it's like also it can be like in your face. It can be like a jokey thing, but it's kind of like a Czech language. I'm not sure how to describe it.
I think every language has something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the filler phrases that we have in the UK, you know.
You guys use like some bad words that's like very accommodating, like as
especially
friends.
the Australians as well.
Yes.
Yeah, the Australians will use the C word very liberally.
Where if you use that in the United States, you're going to get punched, you know?
Yeah, it's really, it comes with like a real tinge, doesn't it, when you hear that word spoken in places like the US, for sure.
Now I'm just used to it. If it's from a British person and they call me that, I take it as a compliment.
Yeah, because you call your C's mates and your mates C's.
But you can also use it still in a bad way too, but you know when it is and when it isn't.
Yeah. So Kalenda with the loosey-goosey open looks like he's really feeling himself. Ace, Jack, 8-3 with just the 8 high suit into a 3-blind structure with one guy who's battling for... Oh, what's Jakob doing here? Just peeling with the ace, ace 7-5.
Maybe didn't want to jack up the pot knowing that both players were going to call.
Yeah, that's
lucky that he did, because look at this flop for Andre.
That's fair. He seemed to be a little bit on the passive side, I would say. And, you know, this game is quite loose. I think we do want to push aces. You've got a suit, you've got some half-decent connectivity. Just going to get blown off the pot now, but...
I don't think I've ever not raised when I've had aces, you know, like, but
yeah, there are
I
some
understand why he might be doing it, but
yeah.
I would play it differently as well.
If he's got ace, ace, 8 deuce, rainbow, then of course, just come along and try and your top set mining. But this hand has a little bit more playability than that.
Yeah, 7-5 does help as well, along with the diamonds, although
exactly.
he has one too many diamonds, but still.
Yeah, which slightly devalues the hand. And he plays this kind of passive check call line, and he's going to get blown off of a lot of rivers unless he rivers like a 3 or something like that. The 7 doesn't help his opponent, but a lot of draws now get there, or a lot of better 2 pairs, and he still is behind hands like, you know, 6-6, King 6.
But if Andre bets big here, and he does, he bets 5,000. I don't see how Jacob can call here. Jakob has to lay this down, even though he has the check mark.
It's very tough. But if the flop went check, right? So Andre can still have all of the strong hands that were going for a trap on the flop.
I think there was a 500 bet on the flop.
Was there? From who?
From Andre, but I could be wrong.
He led for 500? That would...
Well...
I thought it went check round on the flop.
Maybe it was where it started.
I think it went check round on the flop, and then he bet, and now he does have these hands in his range, like 9-8. He blocks the nuts. Having all of those clubs isn't ideal, but he blocks some of the stronger hands that can call, such as hands like King 6, King 10, King 7. Blocks all of those with the king. Blocks the nuts straight.
He makes the
Whoa! What a call!
Sick hero
That's
call.
That's a boss man call.
And then if this hand all changes if it 3-bets pre-flop, because
the
pot is so much bigger and it makes it a lot harder to
And
call.
he'd have got blown off his equity because Andre had all sorts of outs, right? And all sorts of equity. He had a top pair flush draw, straight draw. So he would have got blown off of the aces there, but in this line he manages to find a way to win a big pot, and fair play for making that call. Not an easy one to make.
And we may have even seen Andre 4-bet his hand as well, based on the way Andre's playing, and he had a pretty strong hand himself. Colloquial check.
Yeah, that's right. Colloquial is a good word. It's like kind of like when you semi-insult someone mid-sentence, you know, but it's kind of friendly. And also WTF. I thought that was Bourget or Bourget. I don't know. Well, that might be oh my god actually. Yeah. Who knows? Not particularly an expert on the Czechoslovakian language mix, unfortunately. have lived here for 3 years.
I've lived
Should
in
be better.
Lithuania for almost 15, and I'm no better. I mean, I know probably a lot more Lithuanian than you do.
Yeah. You can get
Slavic.
by at a restaurant and things like that.
I can read a menu, but
Yeah.
to have a full conversation, then we have to switch to English at some point.
For sure.
I was trying to chat with Lucky Mo. He's the opposite of me. He was born in Lithuania, but he spent 25 years of his life now in Ireland, and he considers himself Irish, but he still can speak Lithuanian.
Yep.
And his Lithuanian is better than mine.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I think he moved when he was like 3.
Oh wow! So he's got no real right to even know the language. Yeah.
He must have had good parents. You know, I wish my parents are amazing, and it wasn't my parents because I also don't know the languages. But I'm partly like a mix of so many different countries.
Yeah.
But my grandparents and great-grandparents left for the States under, let's say, troubling times with World War II looming. You know, they got out before all that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to forget about everything and just start anew. So
Yeah, the American dream. Yeah.
that's why I don't know Polish or Austrian or Hungarian or Russian. You know, it's.
That's understandable.
I would like to know more Polish just because of where I live. There's some like pockets of Polish communities.
Okay.
There's more Polish people even before everything happened than Russians in Lithuania. The Russian population isn't very big there actually, and they're more Lithuanian Russian. You know, they don't like the war either.
Yeah.
But I'm in Poland a lot because my mother-in-law lives on the border, and I love the country. There's certainly some spots of the country that I avoid. For sure, but even the United States has places that I prefer not to go to for various reasons of, let's say, safety and just ambiance not being, you know, my style kind of thing. So I think every country, although I think Lithuania really has that, I feel like I could be anywhere in Lithuania and be like more than fine.
Ooh, massive hand for Peter.
They should do some PLO 8.
Yeah, this would be an absolute powerhouse. It's already a powerhouse in 4-card high, but 4-card high low, wow. You really got it all figured out with this holding. Also a decent-ish hand for Jakub. Not ideal. You could even just fold because you don't have the nut suit, but the high cards are somewhat high, somewhat connected. But this is typically a hand that's going to get you into a lot of trouble if you're facing big bets over multiple streets with your 2-pair or with your queen-high flush. You're going to be often in somewhat in a precarious spot.
Oh no, Michael. 3-betting his king, 6. I mean, I like the 3-bet in theory, but not in this particular spot, knowing what Peter has, actually. But
this is an interesting spot, because if it was just heads up, if it had just been the under the gun open, I don't think he would 3-bet this hand. But with the 2 dead ranges that often are just not going to be strong at all, he feels inclined to squeeze here, and I don't blame him, to be honest. Double paired kings, you can still see has, you know, not terrible equity.
I'm surprised how fast Michael called there. I mean, I don't think the call is horrible. I mean, it is that he's dominated here, but I think he could have thought it over a little bit. And look at this.
Just getting almost direct odds, yeah.
Peter is going to be folded. And
no, that's a straight.
Oh, straight.
It's a straight. So it's a straight on the first board for Peter. Pretty rough one for Michael there, who loses one of his outs if they are running it twice. And they are going to be running it twice, and 1 king has been burned, so he's looking for a 6 or some clubs. What's a good turn card? Like any kind of club? Oh, there's the 6.
There's what he needed, but there's still 2 aces.
Still diamonds. No, so choppy, choppy, choppy. Makes 2 sets and only wins half the pot. Bit of a beat.
I mean, to be fair, even on the first board, that was a roller coaster. When you're running it twice, even with king, king, 6, 6, at least half the time it's going to, against aces, it's going to be scooped to the aces.
Exactly, yeah.
Probably about 55% of the time, give or take. Would have to calculate that one out, but
run some numbers that we're just.
But I think it's about a little more than 50%.
We're not quite at the 200 IQ level to just figure that out on the fly, I think. Oh, to be a genius. So the stand-up game lives on, and something that we forgot to mention was that if his king top set would have held there, he'd have actually avoided losing the stand-up game, and now that despairing jack on the turn turns the tables away from him, and still he's got, you know, the EV of sort of slightly higher EV than his opponent because he's got position on him, so he's able to see what he's doing, but still, you know, he's probably in the hole for about 1,500 in EV here. Patrik taking the 2K of the 3.5.
And of course, the pots are so much bigger than that, but they care, it seems like, almost more about the stand-up game than they care about the size of the pots.
Yeah. And he's kind of got a peel here, which is really frustrating. He does fold, and he allows the opportunity, because when you're playing in position for this small amount of blinds compared to the possibility that Patrik might win the pot, you just want to be able to, you know, be in there with him so that you can kind of push him around or maybe not allow him to win the pot. But it's so multi-way that Patrik really needs to drill it to be able to do anything.
And Jacob flopping the top set here.
Yeah.
I mean, it says 74%, but that's only just because of the amount of players in this hand. It's going to be very hard to calculate on the fly. Six players, but we could see based on the stats that Kalinda with his aces still has 10%. But
no one else really with a piece, right? I mean, it's such a dry board. King high, rainbow, no straight draws. Kalenda with the multi-way bet with the bare aces here. Oh, you just hate to see it. That is not the way to go. You need some kind of bit more interaction with the board. You know, you need to have some kind of king blocker or an 8 blocker and respect the amount of players in the pot. It's very important not to overvalue your aces, and he's going for his second barrel here. I don't know if he thinks that he's value betting or bluffing. Hard to say, but chips are flying in, and it's music to the ears of Jakub, ears and eyes, as now he's going to be pushing it in, I'm sure. Does have the king of spades.
Board, but obviously this 2-4 bit and other things. I mean, it's...
Yeah, now some spades coming in.
I don't think. Yeah, the spades.
Oh, wow, he does call. From what I'd seen from him, I thought he was going to be quite straightforward and just be going for the shove. With the king of spades, though, he's going to risk it. 10 of spades on the river, and not what he wanted to see. He does have the king of spades, but his opponent is going to have often a lot of flush draws if he does double barrel this spot. When you've got the kings blocked and the 8 blocked, you're starting to think, well, maybe my opponent has picked up some kind of backdoor equity because you simply have removal for all of the other hands that he could be betting for value, like king 8, like 8-8, like king king, of course. So now, if Kalenda can find the barrel, he would probably win the hand, but Jakub now is going to be quite happy to check this one back, I believe. No.
For some chips, trying to get that last little bit of value, but I don't think
yeah,
that's
maybe
very wise.
He could be quite shrewd to go for like a 10th pot bet here, just to target a hand like king 8. It's kind of what your opponent's repping.
But then you're potentially losing like the hand if you're blasted off with a check raise.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it does feel more natural if you've semi-bluffed the turn with the flush draw and get there to just keep barreling, right? Targeting some kind of 2-pair. But again, yeah, if you played it tricky and went for the check raise, you're in a really tough spot. Whether he would have the minerals to do that, it's a very high-level elite play. You don't see it happening too often. But yeah, it does open the window, like you say. And so here you see Jakub just printing with the 21.7k profit. Patrik, on the other hand, hosting the game. The Hammer Crusher, unfortunately not hammering and not crushing today. But sat there with 34.3k, still basically covering the table. Plenty of chances to get out the hole.
But we only have, I think, 5 more minutes of action, so it depends on whether this game continues off the stream. But as you mentioned, I expect to see, especially Patrik, hop into this 2,500
yeah, for sure.
tournament.
Kind of needs to win it now to break even on the cash game session, though, which is a bit depressing. But we're on the delay as well, so we've got till 20 past, or is it actually finishing for us at 9?
Well, I think we'll find out together in 4 minutes. Because originally we were going to end at 8, and I was then told it would be like 8:20, and now I'm told 9, but I didn't ask the question whether it's 9.
That's delay or not delay.
Or not
sure.
Time. And frankly, it doesn't matter to me.
No, it doesn't. I'm enjoying it. Could do with a bit of aircon in here, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. We've got a lot of action to keep us to keep us occupied.
But it looks like being the last few hands of the evening, we're seeing a lot more 5-6 way pots than we
Yeah,
saw
I mean,
earlier.
look what's going on here. So all of a sudden we're looking at Jan with the top and bottom open ender, Pavel with middle set, Patrik nothing, Calendar just the bare 8 high flush draw. Not going to be seeing much interest from him, and then Michael has that middle pin gut shot, but obviously not going to be seeing much from him either. So it's going to potentially be a big hand between Jan and Pavel here. Jan definitely has to continue here, even with so many players behind.
I think
Saw some handshakes. Yeah.
He doesn't have any diamonds in his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, raising would be a disaster from Jan here, because you're already seeing someone lead into the field. Ace of diamonds is good for Jan, makes a straight, but is going to be slightly precarious about that introduction of the potential flush.
But with Pavel checking it, maybe he could feel a little bit more confident. I don't think Jan should be betting here, but maybe now he feels there's a chance that Pavel had something like top 2 or a set and not the flush.
Yeah, when the ace specifically comes, it's much less likely that Pavel has a flush, because he's not going to be like barreling the bare 10 high flush draw multi-way here. It's just not a hand that you want to build a pot with 5 players going to the flop. So I think he's missed a value bet there on the river, facing the bet flop double check line. Would have liked to see a little block there. Although Pavel is one of those guys that's quite difficult to read. You know, he can kind of run with his own theories sometimes. So he mixes it up, and he could maybe have a weaker flush much more than some other types of opponents that would only really be betting the nutted flush draws there on the flop multi-way.
I imagine Pavel will enter this 2,500 euro tournament as well. But I'd really like to see Patrik tomorrow back on the stream. When he's playing tournaments, he's even more entertaining than now, despite not being able to introduce stand-up games, trip games. He will keep the banter flowing.
That's for sure.
Jakob getting involved again, this time with the 8-7-7-6, more than okay from the hijack in this kind of game anyway, thinking it's going to be a really big multi-way pot. But it looks like it's just going to be 3-handed after that. After the last couple hands where we've seen 5 or 6 players seeing a flop, and this is a nice flop for Jacob here. Also a nice flop for Michael. It's actually a nicer flop for him with the middle set. The 7 also gives him a straight. And Jacob has middle pair, which obviously isn't good, and the open-ended straight draw, along with that 8 of spades, which doesn't make a massive difference, but a little tiny one. But meanwhile, Pavel, we don't know what he has as a one to bet. Maybe he has a queen, but Pavel is capable of doing this with a flush draw as well. I don't think Pavel's doing it with pure air leading out from under the gun.
No. No, he's going to have either a combo draw or some kind of 2-pair a lot of the time, and Michael
is celebrating not because he won the pot, but you saw how fast he got into the chair.
Couldn't wait to get the seat down, and yeah, it's Christmas for anyone apart from Patrik, as he chucks out the 500 euros around the table.
And Pavel as well, because he wasn't involved in the stand-up game.
Yeah.
But they don't get nearly as excited when they win a big pot as
when they
do
avoid losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. It's a lot of pride, and obviously the money is less of a factor for these guys a lot of the time.
So being that it's after 9 o'clock now and we see another hand coming, I'm
Yeah.
guessing it's 9 o'clock real time.
Gonna have 20 minutes or so, I believe.
But if that's not the case, we'll be sure to let you know as well. We may find out when you find out, in fact, but they're not going to cut off our audio when the action ends. The setup here is amazing. the reason it's a little bit warm in here is we have these amazing soundproof booths.
Right.
And we have a booth. The Sulaco commentators are right next door in a separate soundproof booth. They've really invested a lot of money on making a nice system, and we are one floor down from where this table is actually taking place. So we really have absolutely no visibility. We're kind of like in an island of our own, so we only see what you see. During the tournaments, we will have a media manager, and I believe it'll be Ferdia, sending us over some information about some of the players that we won't be able to have time to gather ourselves. I will recognize some of the players, whoever will be commentating with me, or when I'm out of the booth. We'll also recognize some of the players, but it's nice to have information on the players you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Giselle wishing players
good luck.
Free roll.
2-pair now for Michael on the turn, facing Andre, who's got the ace of diamonds, but also having the 6 there. But, you know, one of those hands that is kind of a little bit too mergy to bluff with aces, still going to have a decent amount of showdown value, and 9-3 going to take down the pot.
How much bankroll would you need to have? It depends on whether you're taking a shot or whether you're playing this game on a regular basis.
Whether you're selling action. Some people sell action privately to friends and or stakers. Personally, in a game playing like this size with the stand-up game and all of these kind of extra bounty prizes like the trips game as well, I would say your bankroll needs to be around 500k to kind of comfortably sit at the table.
And what if you're just taking a shot, like a one?
If you're just taking a shot like a one-off, then yeah, maybe come in with a 10k bullet off of a 200k roll or something and just kind of do a one and done. But often not the best approach for stream games, because you know, if you have aspirations of playing the stream games, you want to go on there when you're comfortable and you have multiple bullets, so that you don't kind of give the game up that you're just there as a predator rather than someone that's going to give action and kind of play the role in the sense of bringing action and giving a good game. There's lots of politics and kind of things that are unspoken in games like this, you know, and you're not going to get invited back if you don't play a certain VPIP or are as active.
And that's also the case in private games as well, which is one of the reasons I kind of stopped playing them. Is even though yes,
they're always juicy. Yeah. But you know,
there's too much other things going on. And
you've got to
get involved with it, and you don't want to have to get in the middle of something. It's because I always wind up injecting myself if it's a friend, and even if it could be two friends on different sides. You know, I'm always trying to facilitate some peace. And
absolutely,
it seems like more drama happens in these private games at times because the alcohol is typically flowing a bit more.
Alcohol, and there's no casino rules, right? There's no security, and things are kind of off the table a little bit. So if there's an altercation, often it could get quite heated. Whereas in a casino, there's a certain level of decorum that you need to follow. So Calendar not really having an awful lot here, but he's going to be putting chips into action.
And it works.
And it works. Gets the gut shot.
At all.
Yeah, just the gut shot over cards.
So how many of you are in the free roll? Can you give like a smiley or some kind of indication if you're already involved with the free roll? I imagine it's too early for any of you to have doubled up already. But hopefully many of you are involved. I would love to see you in Malta. Once again, I'm not sure if I'm coming to play, to commentate, to report, but I do love Malta, and I do plan to come in some capacity or another. And if I play, I would play not the millions. I'd play maybe a satellite for the millions, but I can't. That's out of my bankroll. The 550 is on the top end of, let's say, my bankroll, where I wouldn't necessarily need to sell action. And a 1K selling action is fine as well. But then I'm a little bit. It's different. It's funny. Like back in the day, a 1K wouldn't necessarily seem as large as it does now to me. You know, to play. I wouldn't want to be firing multiple bullets into that. Where a 550, if I have to fire 2 bullets, I'd rather do that than fire 1 bullet into a 1K.
Absolutely. Give yourself more chance, right?
Thanks for the news there for Bacon Ruffles. Got over 180 for starting, so there'll be at least 60 players that don't walk away with anything. I hope that's not any of you in the chat.
Yep, good luck, guys.
I imagine we had some people get the password through less official means. And props to all of you that guessed the password before we released it. We had 4 people in the free roll before we actually published the password on the stream.
Yeah.
One of them came into the stream, I forget who it was, and said, yeah, it was one of them.
I've already guessed it.
And I told the guys at Party Poker, not only should we let them stay in the tournament, we should give them something extra.
Some kind of little kickback.
Persistent, yes.
For their creativity, that's for sure.
So if you wind up with an extra ticket in your pocket for guessing the password, don't be surprised, and also don't be surprised if it doesn't happen. Yeah, it has to be at Party Poker. We're at a Party Poker event. Party Poker is the one hosting it. All the tickets are either to be played at, all the tickets are for something to be played at Party Poker, either a feeder tournament or an online day 1 for the next Grand Prix in Malta. And I actually do love it, but we have an all-in here. Unless we're missing something, I'm not sure how we have an all-in. I don't think we can have an all-in.
Ace 7 deuce versus the
We do have
wrap.
an all-in. How did this happen? I understand the wrap, but how is this aces?
Well,
I mean, the aces are...
Money getting absolutely sent into oblivion here. Let's see who wins the first one. 8-6 for the straight is going to be Andre's. He's having the much stronger hand in terms of equity and kind of playability, and yeah, that's going to be... Oh no, that's not a straight.
It is a straight.
8-6. Yeah. It didn't come up on the...
We haven't really seen this from Michael before. I mean, a little bit looser when he's standing up, but this was a kind of a sick overplay with those.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing there, just with the low gut shot and the aces. Crazy stuff indeed. Wasn't expecting to see that. And Andre just scooping it up. Yeah, it was a little bit of a problem with the graphics because it looked like on one board it was awarded to Michael, you know.
Yeah, so it's possible that like what sometimes happens is a burn card actually, if it's put too close to where the flop is going to be, it reads it as the first card of the flop. So
yeah,
that's probably what happened there. Maybe there was an ace on the flop, for example, which then would make everything make complete sense if it was a, let's say, ace 7-5 kind of flop.
Yeah.
Because Michael hasn't been like overplaying his over pairs and things like that to that extent. You're not.
No, I think
willing to put in 100 big blinds with.
I think it must have been a 7-5, right? And then yeah, but we saw it. But we saw it though on the overhead cam, and it was 7-5-3. No.
Well, let's look at the stacks. So
yeah.
Michael did lose both boards because he's down to 12.5k.
That's a reload. Yeah.
Now Michael had his opponent covered, so
yeah,
he just lost half a stack basically.
Yeah, big pot for Andre, who had a hot start and now a hot end as well, which is kind of the way you want things to be on a cash game. Should be booking a profit unless things go completely haywire for him.
And in Omaha, that can happen very fast.
It can indeed. I've seen so many times when someone's playing out of the rack, and then they've kind of have to begrudgingly hand the rack over to someone else as they get stacked and sent to the door.
You were commentating one where I did that exact thing, and I think it was
yeah.
It was only 2-2 Omaha, but I was just winning every fucking pot. I ran 200 up to like 3,500.
Yeah, on winner's tilt.
And then it was 5-card Omaha, and I decided just to be bullying the entire table because I didn't care about the package. So people were like, what am I going to do with a package to an event that I have to work, right?
Exactly.
I'm getting a hotel anyway.
Just spin it in. Yeah.
So I was trying to push off Bobby, I think it was. And
good luck getting Bobby to fold.
Bobby had aces. He's going nowhere.
Good luck getting
We ran it twice, and no good either end.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Why are they playing 3 blinds instead of... Because what happened was that the game started, Kyle, as a 50-50 with an optional 100 straddle. So it's really just like a mandatory second straddle, a mandatory straddle, but a mandatory straddle from under the gun. They just decided to change it into a blind once it was mandatory, so that the straddle basically wouldn't be in position pre-flop. It's really the only reason that this is what the players preferred. Because once you have like an optional straddle, if players discuss, let's make it a blind, that's why they're doing it. Also, it opens up the possibility that players can still do like a 200-400 straddle more often than they would if it was like 50-50 with an optional 100 straddle. But there may not be any optional straddle in this game at this point either, because they've
it keeps it fair.
For the same.
Yeah, it keeps it fair, so you, like you say, don't get people ducking and diving in and out of the straddle and kind of like hoovering up EV. A big thing in high-stakes cash games online is something called grimming, when people try and leave the table without paying the blind, because you're talking about quite a significant dollar amount. It's less of a problem at low stakes, but if people are kind of sitting in and then just leaving before they have to pay their big blind, it can cause some friction between the high-stakes regs. So this is an easier way of, if you know that it's going to be a big action game, just to chuck another straddle on and make it mandatory, and then you don't allow any silliness or things to get out of hand. Because often when we do commentating 2-2 streams, you can see straddles around the entire table for the last few.
In fact, if it's a 2-2 stream, you need to have the straddles. And I liked having this third blind, or even if it's a straddle, because basically then you have 3 players already putting money into the pot. So if your other question was, why not just make it 100-100 or 50-100 and get rid of like all that together, that's the reason.
Yep.
And we have the poker manager also in the house as well. We gave you a shout out a couple times earlier, but fantastic job with the entire stream setup. Really love the spaciousness of everything. There's a lot of room here, but the way everything is laid out is perfect.
Very professional.
Poker players, free soft drinks, free coffee, 24 hours, so 1 free entry to the buffet every day, which has something for everyone, some nice salads if you're a vegetarian, and there's always some meat dishes as well. They really do a fantastic job here.
Yeah, it's no surprise why Card Casino is now on the European poker map. You're seeing big events here, and that's going to only continue.
The venue is more massive than what we see this week too, because behind the registration desk they can have another 100+ tables alone. They basically can double more the capacity at a blink.
They're not short on tables and room, that's for sure.
So I expect big things. There already are a lot of big things here, but I expect even bigger and bigger things as the years go on. We're experiencing some sort of poker boom again, which is amazing to see. And Card Casino has positioned itself quite well to take full advantage of that, I have to say.
Absolutely.
And Bratislava is a lovely city. I know you love it, George, because you live here, but every time I visit, I just feel very comfortable here.
It's a great location for sure, and you're just seeing many more players from all around the European poker scene setting their sights on Bratislava, and not only that, but Card Casino for the amount of huge tournaments and guarantees that are becoming almost weekly at this point. It's huge, the mini poker boom within Slovakia. It's a great place to be, that's for sure.
And the fact that there's another place that you have like these high stakes games running on a semi-regular basis is amazing as well, because what that does is it not only brings the high stakes players, but it has like a massive trickle-down effect, which then creates these middle stakes games. So very often in these days you go to a casino and they're just offering the lower stakes games because those middle stakes games aren't coming because those high stakes games aren't there.
Exactly.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it helps the overall poker economy as well. And to wrap things up, you can see Jakub and Jan, the 2 Js, cleaning up with both over €20,000 profit. Most of that coming, unfortunately, from the game host Patrik's pockets, losing 21.7. A couple of guys with, big euro amount losses, but kind of small in terms of the game size. Peter, Pavel, and Andre losing between 6 and 8K. And a small win for Michael there, and Calendar with a break-even session. So we're going to be closing things out here for the Omaha in the short term.
I like how Michael won almost exactly 1 bullet into the tournament.
Into the tourney, free rolling the tourney.
Like a satellite through this cash game, and Jan and Jacob have more than 8 bullets each, but I don't think they have time to fire that many. But it's been an absolute pleasure, George. Thanks for joining us, and great job to Finton and to Lucky Mo, who were on the stream earlier. We'll be back tomorrow for the final table. It should be around 6 o'clock of the 2500 Omaha that we've been talking about throughout the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in for the Party Poker Grand Prix and for the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival here at Card Casino. It's been an absolute pleasure not only commentating this game with George, who's always a pleasure to be with, but for this active chat too. So I want to thank you all for watching and for being active. That makes our jobs a lot more fun.
Absolutely.
And
thank
George,
you guys
I hope
for tuning in.
I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We'll work that out now
looking
that
forward
we're
to that.
heading off the stream. And best of luck to everybody in the free roll. Once again, if you didn't hop in, the password is Bratislava with a capital B. In that free roll, you can win 2 seats, one of 2 seats. So first and second pay a €550 seat, and it's absolutely free to enter to an online day one for the next Grand Prix in Malta. So be sure to get in if you can play at Party Poker. 120 prizes overall. There were only 180 players in as of a few moments ago. I'm sure it's gone a little bit bigger, but not too much bigger. Still time to hop in. And peace and good night. And thanks again, George.
All the best, guys. Thank you, Jason.